like in comparison from a blind look level, I'd give it a B. Just
Yeah,
because
that's what I would call it too.
Hard to compete with the scope and scale of having the money that goes into putting on something like San Diego or MegaCon, NYCC to get those people there and stuff.
Well, so because the reality, the real question regarding it is, again, going back to what I was saying to you in the chat, where cons that collectors really should go to. You know what I mean? And obviously Heroes probably will be on the top of that list. I'll put Heroes, Terrificon as another one.
Baltimore.
Yeah, if you're taking out like
Baltimore's on that list, right?
Yeah, I was about to say Baltimore.
Yeah, Baltimore is part of it too.
If you're taking out like the pop culture ones, looking for just the comic ones, I think that Heroes Con and Baltimore would be your big two in that.
Terrific. You have not seen how big Terrific really is.
I haven't, but I feel like Baltimore is like the one that everyone like kind of says is the go-to one after Heroes.
Baltimore. I've been to both. Baltimore. I've been to all of them actually, except for San Diego. Baltimore to me is trying to be more of a smaller scale New York, San Diego. They're not as focused in comics as, let's say, Terrific and Heroes are. So they do have a little bit of that pop culture thing to it, but they're more like what Comic Cons, the big Comic Cons were at one point. They've become that. They've become the Comic Con that's like, it has a sprinkle of everything in it, but we're still making the comics the biggest thing.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? But they have the anime, they have the manga, they have the cosplay, they got all that fun stuff that goes along with it too. Where obviously MegaCon,
that's a huge pop culture con.
Yeah, and it's like, would I put that on a scale of
there was more books this year than last 2 years?
Yeah. But I'm thinking to myself, if I'm putting that in the same scale as per se a New York and San Diego, or is it getting there?
I wouldn't put anything in league with San Diego. I feel like that one's just
New York is the other one.
Well, I'd say that San Diego has got that top spot, and second place is really far behind. But I'd put New York and MegaCon in my mind, the way I group them kind of together.
Yeah.
Where New York has more comic creators, you can expect some news. They still have a lot of like the celebrity aspect to it, just like MegaCon does. But neither one of them has like companies planning.
Oh, New York does.
Trade not on the level that San Diego does. That used to be like the place where they drop the MCU news and we're bringing our DC actors. We're paying to promote our films in massive ways at San Diego. I mean, that's even kind of backed off a little bit, but
they get their level of celebrities and news announcements. I agree. San Diego is the top of the top when it comes to them, and then New York comes a very close second.
Gotcha.
And then you have the other tiers. C2E2 is another one I'm thinking on the top of my head.
Well, that's a big one that gets glossed over.
Yeah. But as far as like secondary shows go, or B-level shows,
it's your one-day shows and stuff.
Not so much the local guys. The guys that put up the monthly shows. I'm thinking more on the lines of the ones that they happen on an annual basis.
Where does WonderCon early?
WonderCon, I don't know. I haven't gone to it yet. I'll go to it this year, but it seems to be. I mean, still Dave flies in. It seems to be that it's it's the same people.
Bigger.
Yeah, it's got some pretty good.
And what's that other one that way? Emerald City Comic Con or something?
Emerald City is another one.
Yeah. Which one's been good? Only this year they decided not to host it this year. They claim they're going to be back next year with Shortbox Live.
I was wondering about that one.
So Shortbox Live was just comics. That's all it was. It wasn't big by any stretch of the imagination. It was because it was in a small room at Santa Clara Convention Center. But but what was there was basically like 25 comic book vendors. And that was it. And it was only a one-day thing, and it was you're in there, and It was highly focused, high quality vendors, lots of books. And every year there, I walked out with one first year was the ASM 1, next year was ASM 3, and Ghost Rider 1, and I mean, I picked up great books there. But unfortunately, this year was supposed to be their third year doing it, and they Shortbox decided to postpone it this year because they're focusing on their auctions and some of their other stuff, trying to get things done. And then they claim they're going to be back next year, but we'll see.
They claimed it. Okay.
Well, that's what they said in their release statement, but you never know.
Yeah. So where will you rank something like an Emerald?
Never been.
Yeah, I don't know. I've not been. I only hear it. You can only see people talk about it, and
yeah, I know it's one of those situations where you gotta you base it off of hearsay. It's kind of hard because I'm looking at this list, and I put the top A listers as San Diego, New York. Then I put the B listers as Hero, C2E2, Terrific Con, MegaCon. Like MegaCon, I think this year has shown a lot of improvement from the previous years. Now, because MegaCon is really, let's call it what it is. MegaCon is Fan Expo, but it's everything from Fan Expo there. Where Fan Expo is the show that you get, that's the tour. You get what I'm saying? And the big show is MegaCon, but the tour is Fan Expo.
When you're rating the cons, are you doing as a pop culture con or
just
no? I'm actually
experience.
So I'm doing this research to determine to find out the shows that are worth going for collectors. Yeah.
So you're rating it like what's the best for the collectors?
Yeah. Well, so like if you want to go buy comics, these are the shows that you really want to go to. Like everybody wants to go to New York Comic Con, everybody wants to go to San Diego for one reason or another, right? But if you want to get
don't use everyone.
Okay, mostly everyone.
A lot of people is a fair statement, perhaps, but to say everyone and almost everyone,
majority.
Sales 101. Never use absolutes unless you start saying I never use absolutes.
Okay, majority of people want to go to say they want to experience
very broad pictures. I don't even know that the majority want to. Let's take a survey here, just on this poll. Alan, do you want to go to New York Comic Con or San Diego Comic Con?
No.
Rob, do you? No. Madam?
Maybe if it was free.
So not even the majority of the people on this panel want.
But this is a different type of panel, though. I wouldn't count this panel.
No. Izzy.
Look. I'll even go one further. Yeah. Because Mark, would you like to go to San Diego Comic Con?
Oh, he only cares about one.
Come on, you know the answer to that.
And I know the answer. That's why I can ask it when he's not here. The answer is no. So 4 out of 5 people on this panel, JSS Brooklyn's a no. Yeah,
well, that's like asking it's like asking those dental questions. Like 9 out of 10 dentists approve of toothpaste.
Right, so
you know what I'm saying?
What you're saying is
you were about to say, first of all, you were saying everyone. Then
I did say everyone.
Then I backed you down off of it, and you went to the majority. And then
but I still think it's majority.
And I don't think that's true. I think that there's a lot is a fair word, but to say the majority, that's a fallacy. I don't think that there are that many. There's for every person like you, Izzy, who's interested in the big spectacle, there's somebody like me who wants to steer clear of the big spectacle.
But what's the reason why you want to stay clear from it?
If I'm going to these places, especially if I'm traveling, I don't want to deal with a big riffraff pile of people. I don't want to deal with. I'm not there to go watch celebrities stop on the stage and tell me how cool they are and why I should spend my money watching their thing. I'm there to get comics.
And
those things may have it, but they have too much other stuff when there's other places I can go to get that. It's not even necessary. I mean, sure, introverts unite, blah blah blah, but it's not even about being an introvert, because I'll go to events, but I just don't want to necessarily go to an event that's like that. I asked, my sister went to San Diego Comic-Con. She came back and she said she said, never again. I will never go to that shit again. It's all you do is pay money so you can wait in line. I don't want to do that. That's insane.
So Izzy, you started this out when I asked you to clarify like how you're ranking and what are your ranking for. You straight up said for collectors.
Yes, for collectors. This is
I will be hard. I would actually challenge anyone to say that any of those cons have as many vendors for straight comics, and I'm not talking modern comics. I'm not talking all these exclusives and all that stuff.
Yeah, of course.
We all know that eventually in 5 years they're going to be dollar bin books for the most part.
Okay? Yeah, I agree.
All right.
Well, in a year, actually, in some cases.
Well, in some cases, yes, even faster. But I'm giving it a little bit of grace. You understand what I'm saying? And but so like the only one is Heroes Con. And I know that, yes, that's the big one for the entire community, but let's hear me out. Like even I've heard so many guys that when I first went there that have been to cons and everywhere, and they said there's no one that has as many comic book vendors as Heroes Con.
No, you're right. The other, like I said, the other one will be different. The other one, if you have to experience it, Terrific Con is slightly smaller. Slightly, but it does the same thing Heroes Con does. Its purpose is the same purpose that Heroes Con is.
Take your money.
No, well, yeah, they're all about taking your money, including Heroes Con. But the truth is, it's like the purpose here of this research study that I'm doing, I guess we're gonna call it that, is to identify the cons that collectors should be going to. If you're a collector, these are the shows, and Heroes Con is on the top of that list. I don't deny that, especially being a person that's been to many of these shows already. I've experienced mostly all of these shows. The only ones I really haven't experienced are like San Diego or MegaCon, because I already know what to expect from MegaCon, so I don't have to go to MegaCon. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But there's other shows out there across the country that collectors should go. One, because their focus is on the actual comics, and two, there's also great deals to be had from these because there's an influx of vendors as well.
You know, I don't know about the influx of vendors, but we do know that we have several folks who do tout pretty highly for Planet.
Yeah. I would say Planet's probably close, right up there, probably with Terrificon. If I had to say from an outsider who has not been to either, I would say they're probably ranking about
Planet
the same.
is this is the first Planet Con. That's what it's called.
Planet Comic-Con.
Okay, where that base at?
KC.
Yeah.
Okay, that's probably why I don't hear that often.
The whole KC crew shouts at it, but also what?
Oh yes, I remember now.
Yeah, but also oh my God, why am I drawing
age?
It's messed up, Mark.
Dementia settling.
Oh, that was a hypothetical question he was asking. My bad. Good morning, madam. How are you today?
I'm okay. I've been up for a long time. I was on
How are you?
I was on Jig's channel for a while.
Okay.
Last night?
This morning?
This morning?
Yeah.
Pokemon Joe travels there. Sorry.
Yes.
So,
To which one, Rob?
Planet.
Okay. Where's it located at?
Kansas City.
Thought you were going to say Earth.
I think
it is technically right. That's not a technicality.
The underhanded toss on that one.
Izzy, when you're talking New York and San Diego, as a collector, people may want to say, well, if I have money to blow, because honestly, you're going to spend so much money on your travel and your hotel and actually getting in, if you can get a ticket to San Diego, then yeah, I will do it. But for the most part, do I want to go? No.
So San Diego and New York Comic Con, I look at them as an experience rather than a show to go for collectors.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
right?
fair.
Right?
Yeah, that is
So-
big fair. Yeah.
So they're it's an
spectacles.
experience. Yeah, they're spectacles. You said it earlier. They're spectacles. They're meant to excite you in some way, because there's some good stuff from those shows. Like the last New York Comic Con I attended this year was probably one of the best shows I've attended in years. Why? Because first of all, when I went for different purposes. I went to talk to people, to learn things. So I got a lot of information from it rather than purchasing items. I did purchase books, and like you said, it's usually the con exclusives. But those are books to me that I usually purchase to just flip them so I could buy what I really want to buy. You get what I'm saying? I spend $40 on a comic book and I sell it for $200 that next day. Poof, I make my money back. And now I could use that $200 to buy the books I really want.
And by book, he means inflatable doll.
Yeah, that's too, but that's
Might as well be.
Inflatable rat.
No, we already have rats. We don't have to worry about that part.
I know you got rotisserie rats.
Rotisserie rat.
I thought that was the funniest thing. I've seen that video too that you sent me. Yeah? Like, did you celebrate Pokemon Day yesterday?
You know I don't observe that day.
Evil Mike, the ticket to San Diego, I don't know how much it is, but I mean, I'm talking about just being able to buy one. They have limited numbers, and they sell out.
New York.
Like, yeah, it's New York same way.
New York's exactly the same way. New York usually sells their tickets, if I recall, during Father's Day weekend, around that time frame.
Mm-hmm.
And what they're doing is, obviously, you have to sign up. You have to sign up and verify your email address.
Yep.
Then you're going to get an email stating, hey, tickets are going on sale at this time. And then you sit there and you constantly refresh your computer and you wait in the queue to pick up the tickets.
And then if you get in, then you got to wait and see if what's left and all that stuff.
Well, then you have to, you buy the tickets you want to buy for each day. And each day goes approximately about $125. And that's after taxes too, because then you're paying the taxes, so you will be spending close to $100 a day on the ticket alone.
Hard pass.
Yeah, hard pass.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently Durs has an extra badge for San Diego and New York. So if you really want to go, hit them up.
There you go.
Even with a free pass. Hard
Yeah,
pass.
I don't know. All he said, someone need an extra STCC or NY badge. That's all he said.
Now he's fixing that muscle, isn't he?
And I'm saying that even with a freebie, I'm not driving down to San Diego Comic Con for that shit.
Yeah, I'm waiting for my San Diego pass, so I have to wait on it. So I have to contact the person to see if it was available. It was made available yet. Yes, yep. Durs, if you got a New York pass, I'll take it so I don't have to go crazy trying to sign up for it. Because that's another thing that I go crazy for every year with New York. Every year I have to prove myself again to them, and every year it's like hoops and ladders to go through it, and then finally I get in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there you are.
So that's pretty much what I have going on here, and I'm still trying to figure out some more smaller list shows that people go to. Over here in New York, we have like the Queen's Comic Party, which is fine. It's definitely local, but there's little shows like that, like the flea markets and things like that.
There's always always your local. You have these little local ones. Some of them are comic focused. Some of them aren't. Ones whether they're in like the Moose Lodge or the Kiwanis Club, some of these,
the Legion Club.
Yeah, some of those are interesting. We have a company or a group of guys who put on a series of little local, like they do. Probably the biggest one that they do. I think that no, I think Sacramento Comic Con is separate, but they do like the San Jose Con and the East Bay Con, some of these things. But they're not big shows. And even still, they're not even half comics. They're a lot of pop culture garbage. But the Berkeley Comic Show, I mean, that's you can see on their website and stuff. But I mean, I've gone there a bunch of times. I only get sad that most times they do it Saturdays. They do like 5 shows a year, and they have a group of vendors that are kind of like the core, and then they have some other vendors that they rotate spots on. So there's always some different stuff every single time, and it's just a 1-day thing at like the equivalent of a school gymnasium that's packed in as many tables as they can kind of fit in there, type thing.
Yeah,
and
I've been to a few like that,
and it's comics. That's it.
Those
Nothing
are the
else.
best ones.
There's the closest thing to deviating from comics you get is there's some pulp and maybe a vendor who's got some magazines.
well, that's you. And sometimes they have like the little toys, the collector toys.
Nope.
Not even that.
No.
Wow.
No, it's too much to carry.
It is strictly
It's
strictly paper based stuff.
paper based.
Yeah, everyone you'll get like every once in a while they'll have they had like Bunky Brothers come out there for a show and then there might be sometimes one artist, somebody.
Yeah, that's usually the case. It's like 1 or 2 artists that it's the artist that goes around the cons or locally that you always see them in every show.
Lauren Big.
Yeah, it's not even that. So it was like the last time I remember them in advertisement it was like Tony Fleeks. It's like but it's like that's not what people go there for. People were there for
battery's running low.
To shop comics. So all righty then. Well, that was a great. We kicked that off live. Hello, everybody. We did highlight a bunch of folks throughout the time that I recommend GalaxyCon. I am going to the GalaxyCon in San Jose for the first time this year, taking my kid. I don't know that from what I see from an advertising standpoint, I don't know if I would recommend it as a comic book place for comic book collectors to go to. Pop culture collectors, sure. There definitely seem, at least the one that in my area, it's a lot. The advertising for it is predominantly very heavy on anime and
anime, manga,
voice actors, manga, then secondarily some other pop culture, TV, movies, and last is like you have to search to try to find the comic book artists or whatnot that are going. So I don't know if that's just my region or what, but that's definitely not
get the order.
Morning.
Get the order in.
The Immortal Biggie Shack. No,
hey,
it's
Biggie.
Elon. It's Elon Colin.
No, that's my alarm clock that's an alarm to say clock into work.
Oh, got it.
I forget. I've forgotten so many times to clock in if I show up to work early and just chill in the office. I always forget to clock in, and it's really ridiculous because I am salary, but yet I still have to punch a clock. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, that seems kind of weird.
Yeah, I don't have to deal with that. I'm salary as well, and I don't.
Did you not get I badged in or I logged into the system? I mean, Jesus.
Yeah, that's another thing. I log in, when I log in, they can track that. They track everything with
you track your log. You track my login. That's why I'm there. And
like, excuse me, Mr. Allen.
I badged in. I badged out. Whatever. Yeah.
Wait, excuse me, Mr. Viking. You clocked in late today.
No, I just tell my boss. I was like, hey, you need to change my punch-in time. Or if it's past the time, I don't even clock in late. I just tell her I forgot to punch in this morning. She goes in and puts the time in.
That's so dumb when you're salary too, man. It's like, so what I do is at the end of the 2-week period, I just go in and I submit my time card, and that's it. So there's no clocking in, there's no clocking out. There's like, go to your time card, and it's really just for like your annuals and like your sick days. That's what they do. That's why you have it there, so that you could say this was a sick day, this was a sick day, or this was an annual day. But I like Digger. GalaxyCon is not for comics.
I've got 3 different system set up going at our work, which is crazy. So like for the US based salary guys, no, we got nothing. There's no clock in, no nothing else. You just get paid. So I don't do any of that stuff. For one of my team members who's also salary like me, he exists within my timesheet, the ADP program when I log in as a person, and he has a time card. But the first time he was there, and I tried just filling it out as like all eights. Payroll went back to me and said, "Please don't do that. He's salary. Leave it alone." Well, then why even put it in there? And then I got two guys that are hourly, and they do have to punch in and out, and so it's always maintaining their shit. And then the Romanian team does more like Izzy does. They just once a month they send me a list. Just 8 hours. I worked 8 hours this day, 8 hours this. Here's the days I worked. Essentially, I worked or I didn't work, or I was sick and on PTO or something. That was it. And it's like I got to sign off that. I'm like, it's like one cycle is every 2 weeks. One cycle is monthly. It's just
that's so much fun to keep track of.
Oh, it's just a lot of times it's just a pencil whip.
Check.
Whatever.
Check.
All right. Whatever.
Check.
I don't care.
Check.
Just fucking
Check.
get paid. You were here. Get paid.
For us right now, they're trying to. We have to take our vacation days before June 30th, or else we lose all our vacation days because now they start instead of all of it. So what's going to end up happening is that the beginning of July we get a new batch of vacation days.
Right. But
so it's a use it or lose it situation now.
Okay, interesting.
Do they have to pay you for them?
No. Use it or lose it.
I got a question. When you leave the company, do they pay you for your vacation days?
We're getting upfront from them now. So what's going to end up happening is starting July 1st, our company is going to front load us our vacation time. Now, I don't know what's the strategy is going to be. I'll be honest with you, of when someone leaves and they've taken vacation days when they didn't accrue it, because beforehand we would accrue it and we just hold on to them until we want to use them. Now we have to use them.
It's a little bit different though, Alan. Actually, if you are truly salary, it's irrelevant. Because you're getting paid a salary and you're getting a pay. So it's not like hourly where you accrue those paid time off and you get paid when you're not there when you use them versus when you're salary, you just get paid your salary. So this is why, like at my work, they moved us a while ago. They said, forget this stupid tracking days for you guys that are on salary. You just have unlimited PTO because it did two things. One, with the unlimited PTO, it sounds really cool, but in reality, people are like hypersensitive to the fact that like they don't want to be abusing it. But the company no longer has to track and manage those days, because the those paid days, especially for salaried folks, stuff, those are days that they have to, from a revenue accounting and your bookkeeping stuff, there's different rules you have to do with that stuff. So one of the things they did when they converted us was they tried to say, okay, all these paid days you have, they paid out those days. Initially, actually, it was funny. Initially, they paid out if you had up to a certain number of days, and the rest you held on to until you would leave the company. And then once they had enough finally people leave the company, then they did a mass payout to erase them off the books. But yeah, I don't know what you're saying, because it is, when you go talk about PTO, especially for hourly folks, most states, and this is a state by state issue, but those are days that you've earned and accrued. You can't lose. They have to pay you out on them if nothing else.
No, in our case now, it's going to be a situation where if you don't use them by the end of end of June, that's it. You lost them. You'll get a new batch, but you won't be able to utilize the ones that you've already earned.
Use it or lose it.
Yep.
Yeah, they might
so now I'm going to be taking I have 4 weeks of vacation time because I accrue really fast. I've been with the company now for 8 years. So in that 8 years, I get every paycheck, I get like a vacation day. So now I gotta waste 4 weeks of vacation time.
Now they should just do what we did. Like I said,
I do
switch
the
it to
same.
unlimited PTO and make it.
I do the same thing, Izzy. Like if I don't use it, I lose it. But whatever I don't use, because my job, I don't just like take frivolous off days to use time.
Yeah.
It's not helpful to me to not be there, kind of thing. So what I'll do is I take my vacation, I go to Heroes Con, use it for that, and whatever I have left, I start applying it to my regular off days.
Oh, I'm going to use them.
I get paid for it. You know, I
Yeah.
get the money, but I don't end up taking any extra time off, so it's just like a bonus.
Yeah, I take vacation. I'm not the kind of guy that doesn't take vacation. I love taking vacations, but I'm one of these guys that, because of when I used to work in retail, I was only allowed to take 1 week's worth of vacation at a time.
Mm-hmm.
I got so accustomed to doing that I never taken a 2-week vacation or 3-week vacation.
I take a 10-day.
Yeah, 10 days. That's usually the way it says they do it. So, and I'm very mindful of that time because I want to be able to actually use it for reasons that I want. So like I'll take, like New York Comic Con, I'll take time off. I'll take Heroes time off for that. And I'll do all that stuff. And then there's certain cons here and there that I'll take time off for if I have to travel. But like family vacation and stuff like that, usually May, because my wife and I, that's our anniversary, or, and in June because the kids get out of school or something like that. And you want to take that time off. So it's like now I got 4 weeks and I'm scrambling trying to figure it out.
Well, I definitely think throughout the year, one of the things I like to do is whenever I take longer periods, or I travel, I always like to take the day after or the day.
Oh yeah,
as an extra day just to after I've traveled. Like when I take a cruise, when I go on my cruises, then I'll book another day after the cruise. So like even though I'm back at 8:00 in the morning that day, it's like, yeah, but I want a day. I need a whole day just to recover.
I did that for Heroes Con for the first time. For the first time in years.
Vacation recovery is important. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Typically, I like my first day off is the first day I don't work, and the first day back is the day that I work. But this year I put on the schedule to kick an extra day for Heroes Con, but for my vacation, I'm coming back to work the very next day. Just because I'll be gone for 10 days, and I'm like,
So like New York Comic Con,
damage.
One of the nice things about New York Comic Con, it usually falls on Columbus weekend, so I'll have that Monday off, and I'm like, done. I don't have to even worry about.
People still getting Columbus off.
Yeah, that's what they call it. So it's until they change the date.
Yeah, we get the other one I did is I did have the issue where like this month or this coming month in March, I was taking the day after WonderCon off to recover initially, and then I was looking at the calendar the other day and I realized that that's the last weekend in March, and so I was taking essentially. It was bad. I was already taking the Thursday, Friday off because Thursday I'm traveling down there. Then I'm there for all day Friday, and then taking the following Monday. Well, I'm taking the last 3 days of the last day of the month, of the last day of the quarter, of the last day of our fiscal year. I said that is insane. My boss I don't even know how my boss approved that. And I got
afraid to lose you.
And I've
there
got
were conversations had, Rob. They went like this. Can you believe he's doing this? No, but we got to give it to him.
and then one of my employees now is going through an issue that's going through recently diagnosed with breast cancer.
Don't fire him.
And a super duper aggressive form.
That's
and
terrible.
So she's having to take she's having to take some time. Obviously, she's going to start her chemo just before that. Yeah. So she'll probably end up being out some of that time.
She's taking medical though, right? Not vacation.
She's not sure. She knows. She knows she's planning on taking a combination of. Initially, she wants to try to balance between taking some time and some short time disability. She doesn't, if she can help it, she doesn't want to be out for an extended period of time because she says, first of all, she really enjoys her work, but she needs it mentally to break what
that makes sense.
She's thinking about. So
think about the horror of
so I'm like trying to bring on a contractor that's going to be able to work, kind of like, well, she can work part-time when she's up for it, but she can partner with the contractor. The contractor can take the heavy bulk of the load with guidance, handheld guidance from her type of thing. But anyways, so I'm going to be down a person, all that stuff that's going on and stuff. I said, okay, I better like give up my Monday recovery day and just say, you know what, I'm only working from home anyways.
You're a team player.
I'll be there for the team. That's right.
The
I don't
other
even know if
thing,
that's being a team player at that point. That's just not being a shitty person. You know what I mean? Like,
or a shitty boss. Yeah.
Speaking of shitty people.
Well,
what's
up?
I
don't know if I would ever go that far.
Sometime during this stream, she will drop something.
What up, vinegar pusses?
Good morning. Good morning.
How y'all doing?
Yeah.
I wish I was doing better, but you know, we take the declassified drops as they give them to us.
Oh. You're not gonna get shit.
No, well, not yet. We'll see. Seems like there's a bunch of mutiny and infighting happening. We'll see what happens.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be. Yeah.
Me and the wife were talking about it. Think of how many guilty individuals exist inside of like government and Hollywood, but the actual guilty individual is not aware of anyone else that participated in the same acts they did. They're just a solo criminal, but because of their job, they're actively making decisions to try to protect themselves while sitting next to somebody doing the same thing, and they don't even know that they could be, that they're both the same. You know what I mean?
You know that's got to be intentional.
That's how crazy corrupt so much of this stuff is.
Hey, you know Lindsey Graham's been fucking
what's up, Durs?
He's been blackmailed for years. He loves twinks. They call him Lady G.
I was about to say, I love how memed he is about being like a single.
He's got to be drunk all the time, just like motherfucker. I just got to say yes to anything because they got me.
One of the most memeable people out there. It's funny.
Lindsay,
what's up, Durs? You're muted. I need to talk to you.
I'm printing out a bunch of labels. I got to. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Your followers, your supporters, your people. We don't approve
of what, Paul. It was a
See, I didn't say anything. You said it, not me.
Show. Well, trust me. Me and our whatnot rep were going back and forth. But I love his radio personality. That's what he has. He has like a radio.
When's he gonna do that for us?
Dude,
I'm just messing with you, Durs. Durs, you're not replaceable.
Dude, he sold some bangers though. He had like the X Factor. He pulled
if we're being honest, the books sell themselves.
We need to talk drama. So Mike's brought up a good thing.
Oh, drama.
No, not
we
not
need to
about
wait on toxic.
Wait. Those are very two separate subject matters.
Yeah,
Kathleen and Gene Hackman are two separate
start
things.
From the back. Gene Hackman. That's
Kathleen Kennedy. I thought they were talking about his wife. Whatever her name was.
Kathleen or something.
What was Gene Hackman's wife's name? Gene.
It's sad that we don't know, but I don't know.
Well, she wasn't a famous actor, so it's not surprising we don't know.
Well, he retired.
Betsy. It's nothing like Kathleen.
He retired at 2004 or something like that, and then he said, "I'm out."
Well, here's the thing.
And he was out.
And in 2025, he said, "I'm out again."
At first, they said it's not suspicious.
Carved it, huh?
And then they're saying it's suspicious. So.
Yeah,
they're saying it's dog. They got the dog, man.
The officials.
The dog was in the closet, and there was 2 other dogs alive on the property.
Yeah, but one was shut in the bathroom with the wife, and the one that was alive, and then the other one that was alive was outside. But here's the thing. I think we need to wait because
I'm not waiting for nothing.
on
We need
toxicology
all the theories now. All the theories now. We don't wait. We cast our net and we get what we get. No, we cast our net and we get what we get.
All right.
Here's a good thing. You're either
TMZ
right
of the comic community.
You're either right or you weren't fully informed yet. But being wrong is not even a possibility. So have fun with it.
I say a tauntaun killed him.
Rob seems to agree. It's possible.
I think it was a tauntaun attack because they're known to kill you with like kinetic power. You know,
it's possible, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say that
it'd be messier.
That it was man-made kryptonite that caused Superman to go crazy enough that he killed Lex Luthor.
You might be
Luthor or Luthor. Because I heard Luger.
Put him in a torture rack.
Maybe someone really didn't like the French Connection.
So, like, obviously, the first thing to come out was
Or
their
Unforgiven.
they suspected no foul play and carbon monoxide poisoning.
So there's different types of gas leaks and issues that can happen, and so they said that they didn't see obvious signs of carbon
Well,
monoxide.
it's hard to see carbon monoxide.
But they said that
It was
sometimes
Some people say it's
It
the
is
whole.
called the silent.
that sometimes
But
it's
it
not
has a
visible
smell
until
to
the
it, though, doesn't
toxic
it? Don't they put a
reports comes
smell in
back.
there?
It was Tessmacher.
It's Tessmacher!
Yo, wow, I can't believe we're clowning.
No,
on
I
this.
think it was
is
the
a
other
crazy
guy. What's the other
situation.
guy's name?
Otis.
Otis. It was Otis because he was
The one-armed
always
man.
Otis. Definitely, he's hiding stuff.
AR says, "Yeah, if I'm in a pack with my loved ones, there's only certain cats that are coming. Honestly, Jesus. Yeah, it seems pretty wild. There's also, like, obviously the online rumor mills are taking off and playing connect the dots. There's some wild theories out there.
Everybody's playing detective now.
Connect the dots, you know.
I mean, could it not have been like a home, like someone went in there and killed them? I mean,
Well, it was definitely some kind of poisoning because there's,
and they were passed away for a couple of weeks before the.
Was it weeks?
Yes,
that
before
their
Crazy.
hand
I
was-
didn't know
They
it was
said
weeks.
sometime.
it was 2 weeks that they
Saw them
That's
last.
crazy.
yeah.
suspect that they've been passed away, which that also can play into
Finding
the-
signs of shit.
the dog. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, that's why one of the
Could've
dogs.
starved,
But
yeah.
the dog could have done it.
All right.
Well, there were
VSS
three.
with
There
your
was 3
Occam's
dogs.
razor
One of them.
bullshit.
There was 3 dogs. One of them was passed away, and the other 2 are still alive. So I think it's important at this stage that they separate the 2 that are still alive and question them.
I think so.
Okay.
And they got to do good cop and bad cop with the dogs.
Send in the cats.
I'm surprised
What
they
the,
don't call Mark for a
Romeo-
specialist, you know.
Reminded me of some Romeo and Juliet.
Musk did it because they were living on the
Laying
government
next to each
tit.
other.
They got
Yo.
doged.
But Gene Hackman in The Birdcage, to me, was the best Republican I've ever seen.
I like Get Shorty.
He was an
I thought he
Unforgiven,
was great
wasn't he?
Hoosier,
He was
though.
definitely he won an Oscar for Unforgiven.
Yeah.
I guess they can.
That
and
whole movie won
sometimes,
Oscars,
maybe
I
sometimes
think,
not.
isn't
it? Yeah.
It's a good movie.
Last
It is a
great
great movie.
Western, from what I hear.
Yeah. That's true.
What's the one? Is that the one that's got Sharon Stone in it?
What?
No, the one that has Sharon Stone came afterwards.
Because that
It's
one's
stupid.
good.
Unforgiven was Clint Eastwood.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And Morgan Freeman.
Quick
too.
in the Dead was the one with Sharon Stone and Leo.
There you
I
go.
liked that one too.
That was a Sam Raimi film.
That was
It
yeah,
really-
Leo
it
was
was.
in that.
Mississippi
mind that
Burning is
one.
also a classic.
Huh? What did you say?
Mississippi
Vin
Burning.
says Mississippi Burning is
Dude, I
Hackman's
just
great
watched
role.
that the other day. That's so fucking weird.
Good morning, Sledge. Good morning, Collector P. Good morning,
Taylor
Vin.
Winder.
That Mississippi Burning is free on YouTube. Heads up, because I just watched it free on YouTube, like not
An old
3 nights
movie,
ago.
that's why. There's a lot of movies that have been put on YouTube lately.
There
There are a lot of great movies you can watch for free.
Yeah.
There's also
Okay,
a lot of
yeah.
really not great movies you can watch for free.
Metallica's Unforgiven 2 was a really weird sequel to that. Unforgiven 2 by Metallica, I like that song. Unforgiven 3, not so much.
There was a 3.
Talk to him.
Yeah, there's an Unforgiven 3. It's terrible.
Hey Finn, how you doing?
Hey, Finn.
He's waving. Happy Friday, Steve White. Hello, hello. Burke asked in the chat earlier, how about that Green Lantern photo, though?
I
They
loved
dropped
it.
the first official image of Kyle Chandler and Aaron Pierre side by side walking on the street. You can see Kyle Chandler wearing a Green Lantern ring. They're not suits. We don't see any Cosmos stuff, no VFX, but we
That's
get
the
to see our
animation,
lead
right?
actors side by side.
Is that the animation you're talking about?
No,
live action.
No.
Oh, okay. I thought they were making an animation Green Lantern one.
There's
Am I
The
wrong?
ring surprisingly looks like this.
They just announced My Adventures with Green Lantern, which will set place in the same world as that anime Superman one.
Okay.
So that did get announced, but Lanterns is the live action HBO show that's
okay.
in the DCU.
There you go. That's the ring.
Let me make you bigger, Izzy.
That thing. It pretty much looks like this.
Yeah, except it's green in the brighter green in the middle.
Yeah.
Who was Gene Hackman in Young's Frankenstein? It's been a minute since
The
I've.
blind man. He was uncredited role.
There you go, Durs.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
Not up to date with my DC.
Gilda Radner was uncredited in Blazing Saddles, but she was in the church.
Yeah.
Scene.
They look perfect in that movie. That image. That's a perfect image.
Yeah. Now I do have like a little bit of mixed feelings about
people
the
walking
weird...
down the street. I mean, it's like.
Yeah, Rob, if you read more DC and you see Kyle Chandler next to Aaron Pierre walking down the street like that, you kind of, I guess your imagination takes over it. Aaron Pierre is a flawless casting job. Flawless.
I have no idea what the
for
fuck
John Stewart.
Like Green Dinner.
Flawless John Stewart. If you watched Rebel Ridge and got like you've already seen this guy play John Stewart practically. And
Biggie says he looks a little grimy to me.
Yeah, they look a little worse for the wear right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's supposed to be playing an older Hal Jordan. I still have it on poor authority that they might be going in the Parallax direction. By poor authority, I mean I just think it myself.
Like Hal Jordan with low T.
Do you think they'll go to the Parallax connection after the movie?
It would be
the movie was terrible.
Like it'll be stupid not to. It'd be stupid to even think about that Ryan Reynolds film. It's been so long. The Parallax direction they went in they skipped Parallax. They skipped Parallax completely and went to a bastardized version of like Parallax 2.0. You know, like we have the whole era of Hal Jordan going gray on the sides. And then we have the whole era of Hal Jordan turning into the character Parallax. And then you have like the justification for that Parallax is the physical embodiment of fear. It's the entity inside the yellow power battery.
Yeah. I'd rather just have a green battery. Sinestro and then get to Parallax at another time.
Sinestro's already confirmed to be in it.
Yeah.
But like I'm not saying like Parallax is going to be the big bad of this one, but they already announced that this is going to be an important show, initially stating that it's going to like be important in the long run of things to the bigger DCU. Now they're saying that they hope that it performs and they can do multiple seasons of it.
Did any of y'all notice, any of y'all that watched Captain America, Brave New World, that the Brainiac
leader?
Yeah, sorry, leader. Not
leader.
Spoiled for me. I'm so mad.
Leader. He was from Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
Yeah, it's Tim Blake Nelson.
I think he was. I liked him.
He played the leader in the Incredible Hulk movie back in the day.
He's really good. He's a great actor.
Played it very well. I thought it was
Pierre is a cool actor, but I thought John Stewart was older. So, like my whole mind's eye, I always pictured Hal younger. I did a poll back when they first announced the direction of the show before we had any actors confirmed that Hal would be a little bit older, and literally 99% of people I spoke to and ran the poll on all said that Hal Jordan in their minds were older. And, you know, obviously Hal came first in comics, got the gray on the sides. John Stewart came in. And in my mind, he was always like a retired Marine who went on to be an architect and stuff. And in my mind, that takes a lot of time. So I always pictured him older, but John Stewart is not as old. But Rob, I'm running the kids to school.
All right, and I'll just start auctioning off now my first appearance of John Stewart. So you guys all build up your hype, and
do it, Rob.
I'm not going to.
Mine's staying right where it is.
It's a 7.5, guys.
Back here as well.
Actually, it's a 7 now. It's a 7 now.
Okay,
I'll offer $12.
Starting.
I roll Mark off. Good morning, y'all.
Hello,
hey, Scotty.
Too high.
Let me call out here real quick. I'm not throwing cold water on anything, guys. I try not to build up hype over a picture of two people walking down the street together. So to the point where the show or whatever it is can't possibly, if we build up hype onto something so big, it's never gonna has a chance of achieving those expectations. Let's just be realistic. It's a picture of two guys walking down the street. Jesus.
Just imagine if you hold them to the standard and expect them to live up to your hype. That's the rule. Don't settle for less.
You can say, "Hey, this looks cool."
Don't settle.
Oh my God, this is so cool! Two guys walking down the street.
I said he had a ring on. He had a ring on.
I said it was cool. I said it was cool because of the fact that you have some little. It's a teaser of a teaser, right? He's wearing the ring. You see the ring. He's actually wearing the brown bomber jacket. Thank you. I love that book. He's wearing the brown bomber jacket, and then Aaron does look like Jon Stewart. He looks like a live-action Jon Stewart. It's perfect. It's perfect casting.
I'm 100% wrong in this case, apparently, and that's fine. I'm allowed to be wrong once a year.
But didn't you take that you were wrong a couple of weeks ago? Remember we
you're
did that?
wrong.
Oh, that didn't happen.
Yeah.
Flogging
that didn't happen.
Exactly. Yeah. Scotty,
we got an apology and everything.
Thanks, Rob.
But now we fucking
Durs, you get a shout out this week in this next Monday mail call, buddy.
Yeah, yay! I always love a shout out.
Ah!
Shout out horror.
Durs turned me on to a book. I'm super excited.
You gotta turn everybody on, man.
Oh wow! Look at that, Durs. You got that? You got it like that?
Yeah. You gotta
I'm
push those
curious
buttons.
now.
Yeah. It was. The thing that was crazy was like I went and picked it up, and then I saw something else. I picked it up at the same time, and then I was all excited to get it, and then no sooner did I get it notification it shipped, then they put on some special where one of the books I picked up would have been free, and I'm so much for feeling really special about myself. Now I feel shit.
Oh my God!
Oops, why can't I? There we go. Not sure if a huge fan of getting our heroes older, not hating on age. I think it's skipping. It depends on what you're going to do. I think there, Mike. I think if you're going to do a show that's on, you're going to show multiple generations of lanterns in this case, or whatever. You're going to have different ages potentially on them, and that's fine. I definitely understand if you're trying to make a movie. For example, like Marvel did, you're trying to build a universe, you're going to use the same actor over and over again because of the time to turn one movie to the next movie to the next movie. Then casting older actors, if you really puts a limit on how they're not to the same degree as it used to. Obviously, we're pretty used to now watching 50, 60 plus year old guys being acting like they're 30 years old in a movie, but there's definitely, but it does have some limiting eventually where you can go on it versus the younger actors. But for a TV show, I don't think it's a big of a deal. I think you get more of it in a packed period of time, especially if it's only going to be 1 or 2 seasons. And I think it's good to be able to show a span. That's just my opinion, but
look, Tom Cruise gets one more fucking Mission Impossible. That's the last drop he can get out of that Mission Impossible teat. I'm tired of seeing that motherfucker play the same role.
I can't wait to see the new one. It's gonna be good.
The problem is he actually puts out probably some of the better action movies because of his reliance on practical effects still that they become.
Yeah, and he's doing his own stunts and stuff.
You sit there and you go wow, this actually is fun to watch.
What are you talking about?
He's not an actor.
Yes, he is.
He's an athlete.
What are you referring to?
Impossible.
Mission Impossible. Oh, Mission Impossible. Tom Cruise is definitely an actor. He's a good actor.
Acted in Ridley Scott's Legend.
No, he's a good actor. He's just
okay.
He's nuts, but he's a good actor.
Crazy. He did 2 great roles, Jerry Maguire and then Tropic Thunder.
What about Rain Man?
You got.
I don't know. There's a lot of women who are pretty excited about a beach volleyball scene back in the
Eyes
90s.
Wide Shut.
God,
that is true.
That was a cool movie, but he didn't do anything for me in that.
The Firm. You ever watch The Firm with Gene Hackman?
Yeah.
With
that
Gene
was based
Hackman.
on a novel. Yeah.
The Firm with Gene Hackman, where he's also running in this movie. One of the first movies he's running in.
These are movies about power. I don't care about
Few Good Men.
acquisition of power. It's stupid.
Few Good Men. You can't handle the truth. He couldn't handle it.
He couldn't.
You
He's
get,
a good actor.
is it that? That's not like that's a move. That's like a military. That's A Few Good Men or something, right?
Yeah.
No.
You don't want the truth. You can't handle the truth. That's Jack Nicholson.
Military movie, yes.
Yeah, he's the other guy that couldn't handle the truth.
Yeah, that's not The fucking Firm.
So The Firm is with
Interview
Gene
with the
Hackman.
Vampire.
Another one.
Yeah.
He was. Yep. He was Lestat.
You can't make me
Yeah.
like.
No,
Those are great
let's
books,
not
by the
let's
way.
not harp on Lestat because he did not really do Lestat justice. I think.
Well, he
No,
was Lestat
no.
though.
I love Anne Rice Vampire Chronicles.
Best role in
It's
that
very
movie.
good
Yeah,
book.
I read like all her
Kirsten
books, and I was
I've
I was
read a
so
lot of them.
disappointed with his
Cool.
Lestat.
What about Cocktail?
Cocktail. There you go.
The one
Classic.
movie I like him in is Legend.
Risky
Oh, I love
Business.
Legend. Oh,
Ridley Scott's Legend.
yes.
You know he was.
And I
huge.
love the devil with the horns.
That's Tim Curry.
Yeah.
So he's a good actor. I don't take that away from him. He's a good actor.
Look, you're allowed to have your own perspectives. My perspective is not the right perspective. It is but one.
I think he definitely puts his
Rain
all
Man.
into. I think he definitely puts his all into.
So
it.
He
Tropic
did his best.
Thunder,
He
he
did the
was
best
great
in The
in.
Mummy.
Freaking
Tropic
Top Gun.
Thunder, Tom Cruise fucking nailed it.
Well, he was not necessarily the reason to see this movie. A movie that was when I was in TAPS. When I was at military school, we watched that movie. All the
I
time.
liked Magnolia. He probably showed the most range I've ever seen him have was in Magnolia.
He was nominated for Magnolia.
Well, that's the one he would have deserved it.
He didn't
What
win it.
about Born on the 4th of July?
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah,
That's a really good one.
yeah.
He should have won for that one too.
Start out there.
That was a tougher movie, I think, for the Oscars to try and I don't know. But it was a good movie, but it wasn't just around. For me, I felt like it was a lot bigger.
Would you be willing to capitulate that perhaps, well, not necessarily in your mind?
Biggie said what ruined it for me. He jumped the shark.
Okay. Well, you may not see him as a great actor or even maybe even a great person. And not saying that he is, just saying. Would you capitulate that he is a prolific actor who's been in many big movies?
I have to admit, it's not even capitulations. That's a fact. Here's the thing. I don't really like him. Here's the thing.
He was Austin Powers.
He
played Austin Powers in the Austin Powers movie.
Thunder.
I don't like him.
In that dance.
When he did that thing with Brooke Shields, I was like, this motherfucker is dead to me. Now, arguably, I am letting my emotions about the individual slant my judgment on his performance as an actor,
allowed.
which are two
that's fair.
different things.
Is that fair?
That's fair. No, it is fair.
That's
Matt.
fair.
I think we all have opinions about certain individuals that we may see. Look, I will view Drew Barrymore's films in a brighter light than they probably should be. And that's that's a me personal thing, and that's completely fair for me. But it's not fair for me to expect everybody else to see them in the same light that I would. So
we have that in common. We have that in common.
Yeah. I don't want none of y'all.
Yeah, I don't know why
like
I
you
suffered
have to-
through
Yeah.
driving in cars with boys and stuff. Well, actually, I know exactly why I suffered through it. But
I loved her growing up, man. I loved Drew Barrymore growing up.
she just turned 50 this month.
Wow.
Because she was on the cover of AARP
She's such a
magazine
baby.
this month.
She's so and she
But-
still looks. I mean,
She-
I don't have
She's
anything.
got bad
against
choice
her.
in men, but I can't help that. Yeah.
Yeah, she likes really, really weird
Yeah.
guys.
Funny guys.
Here's
But
another
she was
good
also
one.
a
Minority
product
Report.
of-
It
Minority
just goes to
Report's a
show
good
you,
one.
Humor goes a long way.
You can say all the names
Yeah.
that this motherfucker was in, and I'm still
Valkyrie.
not gonna like him.
Valkyrie, he was a Nazi.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's right.
There you go.
Attempted to kill Hitler.
Okay. It does nothing for me.
Yeah.
That
He
whole
didn't
thing
get the
with
job
bookshelves, I
done.
was like, okay, I
If he
get
got
you.
if he
I
got the
get
job
you.
done and actually killed Hitler, would he have been better in your eyes?
Yes.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay. So watch the sequel.
So it's his own fault for not getting the job done. That son of a bitch.
You know what? I would like you better, Tom Cruise, if you would have fucking killed Hitler. You didn't, so you're a failure to me.
There you go.
Despite the fact of not being born during the time of Hitler's existence, I don't care. You're still getting blamed.
That's fair.
I
Proper
think so
job.
too.
He also had Edge of Tomorrow, where he kept coming back to life.
Oblivion too. Yep.
Keep
That would
naming
be a
them.
reason. That would be a
I'm gonna
reason
keep
why
shaking
Lady
my head.
Fantastic wouldn't like it. If she's not a big fan of Tom Cruise, the fucker stay dead. Why do you keep coming back, you son of a?
He was the first Jack Reacher.
You
Mm.
All right, that was just like, come on, stop it, Izzy. Or I'll
I'm
put you
just,
in a-
throwing, I'm just,
I'll
showing,
put you in a
I'm just putting
timeout.
up names of
I will
movies.
put you in a timeout, sir.
Well, he is the first
Time
Jack
thoughts.
Reacher.
Mm. What's
is
that
fact.
one that was the school one? It was the school one. They were in the school, private school. Taps? Was it Taps?
Yeah, Tabs.
That
That's
was a
one of
good
his
one.
first movies.
They take. Yeah, when I was at military school, that was actually a thing.
Nice.
We used to watch that all the time, and then they actually we had maps of the school and had planned out a defense of taking over the school and defending it. Yeah, it was like stupid shit like that.
When you were in military, did you have to see movies like
Preface, military school. I wasn't actually in the military. I went to military college. I dropped out before I had a commitment because of other issues. But I just want to make sure that it's clear. I never
He knocked up his wife. I'm just kidding.
No, calculus and I had a disagreement, and I lost my scholarship because I couldn't speak calculus.
It's okay. I'm sure you know what. As someone who had to take calculus, it's not something
I was on an electrical engineering scholarship, and I had to, in order to maintain my scholarship, I had to pass calculus, and I went from an A student to an F because I couldn't understand calculus. And I argued that I didn't need it as an engineer, electrical engineer. I am paid to see a formula in a book, accept it as the word of God, and use it, not to derive the theorems that come up to create that stuff. And the Army Review Board said, well, it's an interesting theory, but no. And so that was that. But I'll tell you, here's my stance on calculus. If you have to make up imaginary numbers for your shit to fucking work, then it ain't fucking math. It's fiction.
So calculus basically is it's theorems
You're not swearing. He means it. Okay.
So here's the thing. I took Calc 1 and 2 in college, and Calc 1, I thought I was an idiot and I thought I was going to fail and I got a C in it. It's because my professor was he was an elderly Korean gentleman who on his desk had a English or Korean to English. I could not understand what he said. Okay.
Well, mine was the cure for insomnia.
I went to tutoring. Everything got a C. And this is like my first semester in college. And I was like, maybe I'm just fucking stupid. Maybe I am just way fucking more dumb than I thought I was. And I was like, you know what? Whatever. I had to bust my ass. And if it's going to be like this, it's just going to have to. So I took Calc 2. And I had a gentleman who had a better command of my first language. And then I got an A.
I think that theoretical, when you jump to theoretical math stuff in that realm, it is a different way of thinking. And so I think that I've heard from other people that there's an adjustment making that.
It's spatial. So my idea, like all calculus is it's approaching infinities. It's approaching like what you call asymptotes, which if you actually did the math, infinity,
can you tell me more about the rats? I'm sorry, lady.
Well, I got a game plan right now.
That was so rude.
No.
Confounded sweetness. Anyways,
no, I'm just teasing.
Right.
I'm teasing.
But they're resting right now.
Great.
Calculus is all about approaching infinite numbers
of rats.
Numbers can't be proved.
New York has an infinite number of rats. That's right.
Yeah, that's actually kind of true.
There you go.
I mean, the way they breed is kind of exponential.
Yes, calculus is my weakness. Very good, Locke. It is true.
Calculus is your kryptonite.
I was an A student in math, and then I couldn't understand it. I had tutors and everything, and I just went forget it. But hey, if it hadn't been for that, if I had actually understood calculus, then my life would have been very different. That was one of those what do you call those? At one point in your life, it's like an anchor point. It's like my whole life shifted because all the way up into that point, my plan was I was going to get my EE degree. I was going to go into the Army. I was going to do 20 years in the Army, and I was doing all these. My wife would have been drug around with me. Who knows if she would have stayed with me, being drug around wherever I was stationed to station or whatever else. Life would have been very different versus
your sliding doors moment.
Instead, because I lost my Army scholarship, and I ended up coming back to San Jose State, where I started studying radio, and voila. Right.
So you mean we wouldn't have Rob's fat stacks if it wasn't for that moment of time?
Yes, this is very true.
That was the moment of the.
I don't know how I feel about that
Trajectory.
I know, right? You missed out on a world without me. Man, that sucks, doesn't it?
All the things we would have missed out on, man. The Great Wall of Comics, only slabs.
I feel like there's a whole bunch of technical knowledge I wouldn't know if I
Scotty Vaughn would be the king of the facial hair.
Yeah, that's true. I might be
award-winning Scotty Vaughn now, right?
No, award nominated.
Yeah, perpetually nominated, never winner.
Rob's got the facial hair on lock.
Well, I'm happy you failed in that moment of time because we have C3 as a result.
There's so many things in reality, the situation is like I wouldn't. It was like if you could. It's one of those times, right? You go, oh, I could. It just really is that pivot point where everything changed for me on what my plan was to what ended up becoming. And yeah, it's one of those things like, okay, great, I'm fine with just not getting calculus at this point because I'm very happy with everything, the way everything turned out for me. So it was just a major rude awakening when up to the 6 years prior to that, my mentality was 100%. This was what I was going to do I was going to do 20 years, get out. I was going to then go to the private sector, get another, do some time, get a second retirement, and retire with,
What did you want your job to be, Rob?
Electrical engineering. I don't know what exactly. I didn't even know what an electrical engineer did. I don't think. It was just what I said I was going to do because I was working in the high school class. I was taking electronics, building things, and designing stuff, and started.
Open it.
Was teaching electronics to physics kids in high school and all kinds of other stuff. But my best.
That's what you had done to join the Army or the military.
I was gonna do it within the Army because I was going on. Originally, I had been accepted to West Point, and then I was gonna
ask that question.
Yeah, no. Originally, I was applying to West Point. I got accepted, and then they had. I was down low enough, I guess. I got bumped because all the slots got accepted, and so they gave me an ROTC scholarship, and so I ended up going to Norwich, which is a private military college in Vermont, on that scholarship, and then after the calculus thing, I ended up losing my scholarship because you couldn't change majors. Your scholarship was only for the one major, and that was it. So once I had to change majors, I lost my scholarship, and I came back to San Jose State where I could afford because I was living at home and everything else. And state school, only I think back then the tuition was like $2,000 a semester or something, which versus $19,000 for everything. So it was a big difference. And it's been I got into radio and stuff, and then here we are eventually. Nice. Got to spend more time. My wife was out here. She wasn't my wife back then, but I got to spend time with her and strengthen that early relationship. Yes, go ahead, Durs. Let's talk about something else other than.
No, I'm leaving. I'm about to run out.
Making you big. There you are.
It was like, we didn't have to take it so seriously, Durs, man.
One.
It's only Rob's story.
Look at that. Well,
No, I'm running around.
Why do you always flip everything off so fast?
Dude, I'm in such a rush, man. Today is crazy. I'm telling you, today is an insane day for me.
It's only the last day of the month. You got to hit your sales quota or something?
It's only the launch of these bad boys, so today's insane.
Nice.
What are those bad boys?
Yeah, tell
the
us.
Hawk packs. The Hawk packs.
Red Hulk.
Yeah, just like the New York Comic Con packs or the X-Men 97 packs or the mystery trading card ones.
I want the version of that cover. I want the version of that cover.
These are going to be the most highly sought after because these are the first ones that have signed copies in it, and there's also 5 original Mark Bagley sketches.
So it's a mystery pack of reprints.
Of 3 comics, yeah.
Good morning, Wellborn.
So I got the Virgin. This one's already like $100. Virgins are like 100, something like that.
First appearance of Falcon, new Falcon.
Prism I pulled. These are limited to 400. They're going for like 500 to 700 right now. This is one of the giveaways tonight.
Which is really weird to me, but
yeah,
dude.
Will they hold that value?
Yes,
will they hold the value?
Yes, because look at the New York Comic Con ones and look at the X-Men 97 ones. They're still holding value, doubling their value. The Prisms, the gold.
Love you, Durs, but I don't believe they will.
Do Con
Are you talking 10 years? Are you talking 10 years from now? Or are you talking?
I'm talking a year from now.
Can I ask a question?
It's almost been a year, and they're still holding value. Like go on eBay right now, you can look.
Do Con exclusives typically hold their value?
No.
Depends on which ones.
So the Con exclusives, and in fact, Reggie Collects just did a video on it. Con exclusives usually they drop 50% from their high price. So at their peak, they drop 50% usually within a year.
So
as hype drops, but
I'm hardcore buying old Con exclusives that I missed, and ones from 2, 3, 4 years ago are still hundreds of dollars. Like still very expensive.
I was just
curious. That's why I said depends on the book.
Depends on the book. There are exceptions to the rules.
But
the majority, and I'm not saying every one of them. Like we dealt with that earlier today with Rob. The majority of them drop their value.
I think the difference is whether or not it's a true Con exclusive or not. A lot of Con exclusives are just books that are made so they can bring it to a con. But like, for example, like if you go Durs, the book I'm going to open Monday is a MegaCon exclusive. Durs showed it. I was like, he goes, oh no, dude, just go to the website. They're there. That website's trying to sell. Oh, they got a special running on all their MegaCon exclusives. Well, I didn't go to MegaCon, so is it really a MegaCon exclusive?
There was one true MegaCon exclusive. One true MegaCon exclusive. Even the Vampirella Peach that was limited,
which was
to
a
300.
reprint cover.
Right,
from
it was
3 years ago.
It was a secret drop limited to 300. That was still available online to purchase. The only MegaCon book that was a true MegaCon exclusive was The Spawn. You had anything that was like the Shop Fan Expo. You could get some of them online afterwards, but The Spawn you had to be at the show.
Yeah.
You see, you said the one title that has a tendency of keeping its value, and those are the Spawn books. Because of Spawn,
and that might be why. That might be why I come say a lot of them hold value, because a lot of the old Con exclusives I'm looking at are Spawns and they're so expensive.
Yeah, but those are the Spawns because they're still there's a fan base that wants them.
Right, we're a cult.
Right. But as far as these other exclusives, especially like Mexican foil exclusives, those things like that, they don't hold their value.
Reprints.
Yeah, but I'm trying to make it sound as the way they want to.
No, there's a lot of there's a lot of hype on these, and a lot of on these packs and the people chasing these things, and I think it's tied in just like card collecting right now. There's a lot of excitement in running these chase things. But when I hear like a limited to 400, and yet at the same time I see a limited to 400 issue run of a special of any other book that I can go get for $25 or something, and I go, well, what's the difference? The same size print run. Oh, just because this one I could go buy directly, and one I had to buy 17 packs potentially to maybe get one. But
so look at
cool. Power to the people who love pack rips.
Look at it like this. So I just bought 3 booster boxes of Dragon Ball Z cards for like $300. I love opening cards. I love the thrill of opening cards. That's literally what we're marketing for.
I get it.
Degenerate gamblers, baby.
The card game is very different than the comic game, though.
You're right. You're right. Yeah. That's why I'm glad they only do this once every few. I'm glad this isn't like a monthly thing or like weekly thing or something. That would be that I wouldn't be a fan of.
As a guy who has done mystery boxes many times, I get it. There's always a bit of fun of opening it up and see what am I going to get. And here they're building up with some different rare pieces, and is it for everybody? No. But there's definitely a collector base who's enjoying these, and hey, knock yourselves out. Yeah, cool.
Trust me, it's heartbreaking when you wait this long. For somebody like me, like my dream was to go to like New York and go to New York Comic Con and do all that. And when you finally go, like, yeah, you see videos and you see all that, but you don't realize when you walk around that 90% of the New York Comic Con exclusives are just foil reprints or just different color variant reprints and stuff like that. And it's just like, it was really heartbreaking as a comic book fan just to see that in person, like a realization. I
was blown away when I saw that MegaCon Vampirilla one, and I was like, "Oh, I had that book years ago. That cover when it first came out, and matter of fact, I even had it. I had it. We got rid of it. We sold it on Comic Screen Cancer one year out of my PC because it was like there was originally like 3 different versions of it, depending upon whether it was like red tinted or whatever else. But that was just like a different tinting of the colors on it, and I was like, oh man, we just keep reusing cover art. And
that's why I was super strict. I was like, I just want to trade in a virgin. When we did our MegaCon, I was like, no foils, no nothing, no anything like that, just trade in a virgin, keep it simple.
After a while, when it becomes oversaturation, that's when it becomes I don't care anymore.
Yeah, there's definitely the Mexican foil variants has been like a thing lately. I'm like, well, I don't.
Dude, they're cool, man. Like they had the Virgin Spawn issue. I think it was issue 5 or 6, or I think it was 4. I don't know. One of those early issues. It's amazing in person. But like, am I gonna buy it? Maybe, but not for. I think it was like $80. I think it was like $60 or $80 at the show, and it's selling for like $200.
So to Biggie Shack's point, new books just suck. I don't think that's entirely true. I think they're based for the collector.
There's a lot of them, and a lot of like only like 5% are good.
I can make a good
investment of it is bad.
Without making anybody mad, because I don't believe this. I think old books suck. That's how I look at things as a collector.
I like both. I
like both as well. But
I think old books suck too because some of them smell.
The stories are rough. The art is rough. Like, it's iconic, but you can't tell me I can go pull one of these modern exclusives and it's going to be 100 times cooler, better. The art's going to pop. Everything's going to be more off the page. Yes, the old books stand the test of time, but look, I read Watchmen 4 times in 4 different days, and it's terrible.
The gimmicks of selling books suck. It makes it off-putting.
And again, you're looking at it from a perspective of.
No, I don't really believe that. I don't really believe that. I'm just trying to.
I believe that's the case.
No, my collecting. I think anything before like 1980, I don't collect unless it's like the random cheap like DC horror that Rob always shows, because it suckers me into like looking for them at cons and stuff like that.
So you're telling me Neil Adams' Batman doesn't do it for you?
It's just
not really, no.
Deal.
Wow. Not really, man.
Get rid of him. Goodbye.
Hashtag cancel Durs.
Dude,
that's it. It's over.
And it's because I'm younger. Like, the dialogue's tough to read. It's because I'm such a big reader, man. Like,
I agree that I will agree that when you read, like, I just got done reading Daredevil 1 the other day because the facsimile came out.
Yeah.
It is a very different style of writing, and the exposition at times seems just absolutely ludicrous. Like the way that they put the thought bubbles into people's heads of what they're thinking of. You're like, really? Does anybody think like that?
Yeah,
no.
Dan leads it that way.
I mean, it was definitely very different. And I read a lot of the trade paperback, a lot of the old EC.
It is an ageism. I would say that I'm kind of an ageist. But now
so I get it.
There are certain authors that if they put stuff out, I'm going to read it. Yeah. And so, like, there's modern things that I have no problem with reading. Fuck. Sorry, my boss is calling. I got to.
All right.
We just got
so. Anyways, I get it. It's very different time period.
My thing was like time. Like I'm just I read a lot. And like when I would like read like reading the Watchmen trade took me forever just to get through a chapter. I want to sit down with a trade and knock that baby out in 20 minutes. Or like if I sit down with a comic, I want to be done with it in just a couple minutes. Blow through it, enjoy the art, enjoy the story, get on to my next book, get on whatever next thing I do. That was the biggest thing. But I have like so many trades that I need to read. But for me, I just know that like anything in like the 70s, like kind of storyline, that's where it starts to kind of like filter off for me as a fan. But now to my point, I love the artwork. It's iconic, all that kind of stuff. It doesn't do it for me like the modern stuff does. How like for Rob, like, you know, that iconic, you know, whatever Kirby, whatever you play, doesn't for me. I'm a young kid. I'm 35.
Well, yeah, like I said, the storytelling, how you do the storytelling, and what the language and stuff that's being used is definitely, there's always a thing. It's just like for anything else. If you go back and you watch TV shows or anything else from a different period in time, it's a very different dialogue set that's going on and everything else. The same thing happens. It follows in the comics as well. Same thing, because they're written for the time. They're a contemporary piece or a capture of a snapshot of what was going on at the time, and how people were thinking and speaking and everything else. So I mean, I get it. It's cool.
I agree with that. I think when it comes to when it comes to the books of that era, they were written in a certain dialogue. Hey, JBL, look at that fine guy right there. But to discredit them as bad, I think that's hard to say.
I don't think anything's bad. It's just not my taste. It's just rough. So, I classify it as rough. I was just bouncing off like Biggie Shaq's.
I think there are ups and downs for all types of collecting.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the class, I guess we'll call them the classics. When it comes to the classics,
anything outside of the modern age,
I know, right? There's a lot of it's historic value. It's historic. It's nostalgic. It's like Rob says, what was going on during that time, like a lot of the books from the 70s when they had to deal with the drug epidemic that they were dealing with. Those stories are intense.
A lot of changes, the social dynamics with race and
the war that was going on. All that stuff is all part of it. And when you read it, you put yourself in that time period sometimes. And as you read it, you look at it from that perspective. Watchmen is a hard read. I will admit it's a hard read. But the purpose behind Watchmen is really a deconstruction of all of this that came before it. And the thing is, everything that came after it is Watchmen. Like, everything's trying to emulate what Watchmen's doing. And I think that's what's causing the problem.
I love the movie and all that. It's just
but the movie's the comic. The movie's the comic.
Yeah, but it was cooler. It was more visually appealing to me than the comic.
You're telling me that the Blue Dong was more visually appealing than
dude.
I'm just messing with you.
The newspaper of word bubbles was the thing that threw me off.
But like, I understand it. Reading Alan Moore is a lot. You're not gonna read Alan Moore in 10 minutes. I don't think I've ever read Alan Moore in 10 minutes. He's a tough read at times, but you know, especially like when you go to his Swamp Thing and stuff like that. But
that's why I love like trades and stuff like that, because like Watchmen, everybody said it was like the greatest story ever. So like, if you tell me, and that's fine. And if you guys, if like say, hey, this is like a must read, I'm at least gonna go get a trade. At least read it. I'm at least gonna check it out. I'm never gonna just be like, oh, that's just not for me. I'm not gonna touch it. That's why
fine.
I love trades and I collect editions.
JBL, what do you tell me what your thoughts on the letters of Watchmen?
There's a lot.
I need that, bro.
Do you appreciate the lot of letters in Watchmen?
No.
So you prefer less letters?
I know that I personally, when I get to a page as a reader that looks like that, I skip the page.
Oh, that's new. I don't do that.
Too many letters is too many words is complicated.
Yeah, if I wanted to read a novel, I will gladly go read a novel.
Right.
That's why Absolute Superman issue 1 I kind of glossed through very fast. It's very wordy to me. I was like, oh, I'm not
really good issue. Really good issue.
It was tough for me.
but that's me personally.
I'm so glad to hear that it's not just me.
It's my
no, it's not just you.
What's up, Biggie?
You know, that's the way I do things.
Biggie.
Right? I'm not saying that my way is right or wrong. It's
Right.
right for me.
What's up?
Totally
Stick to
missed
your
this,
shirtless
but
ducks.
Marvel Wolverine got announced yesterday. I don't know how I missed that. Oh, I was getting tatted all day yesterday. That's why I wasn't on my phone.
There's a Daniel Warren Johnson 400.
No, it's PlayStation 5 Wolverine.
Oh no, I'm saying Daniel Warren Johnson is going to do a cover for Wolverine 400.
Yeah, I got it on order.
Was there any like game footage or trailers or anything shown for it?
I don't know. I don't know. It was on the PlayStation 5 State of Play announcement. I'll have to check it out. But there was God of War Egypt new Ghost game, but Marvel Wolverine looks sick. The image.
Yeah, I mean it's the same studio that's done the Spider-Man.
Yeah.
So my expectations are maybe
to the max is what I want.
Wolverine Origin video game is so much better than the movie.
Those were goated, man. I remember all those.
You remember playing that game? Lunge?
Yeah. I remember those. My favorite superhero one was the old Punisher, where you could like dismember people with any environment stuff. You could like drown them in a piranha tank and stuff like that.
Sweet.
So I think like Durr's opinion on like new books is like it's like a yin and yang effect for me. So as big of a modern advocate he is, I'm just an old book advocate, you know, like I like old books a lot.
That's what I love and respect about the hobby is there's just so much stuff for everybody and everything like that. Like, don't get me wrong, like anytime there's a modern reprint foil, like facsimile, I have an entire short box of all them books, and that's what I love. So now I don't have to spend hundreds of dollars because I still want those books in my collection, but I just got the full reprints. So like that's how I collect, you know.
It's hard for me to like find any like cool. I was looking at like modern covers, and I was trying to pick one for our top 100, and we came up with the ASM 55 Gleason, and I was like, oh yeah, that'll work. But I mean, honestly, like when it comes to cover art in the modern era, dude, it's really weak, bro. Like there isn't a lot of
just cover art. I thought you meant books overall.
Yeah, that one was. I was like, yeah, I'll go for that. But like Decade 80 is okay, and I like Venom 3 myself, but I can't think of anything honestly.
This is facsimile. When you open it up, you could read the story. Really big.
Nice.
Yeah, oversized.
Thing is huge.
How do you? What kind of bag and board do you have to get for that?
Trash bag.
Trash bag. I like that. 55-gallon.
You got the board right here. Your 30 bag and board. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm just talking cover art. I don't even know the damn stories. Like the last modern story I liked was the Donny Cates Venom run. Like I try to buy the shit. Like I like Savage Dragon. You know, like I don't like any of this shit.
Savage Dragon's so inconsistent though on when it gets released. That's the bad part.
Oh, dude, it takes forever. But every time I get an issue, I'm like, hell yeah.
It's why I like
you figure it's just Eric Larson doing the work all by himself, and he's been doing it ever since.
So my shop doesn't even stock it anymore. It's like if you order it, they'll get it for you, but they don't order any copies for the shelf because nobody's buying it off just randomly walking in.
Try Snot Girl out if you think Savage Dragon's rough. Try Snot Girl, dude.
Yeah. Oh my God, it was on hiatus for years.
It was like 2 years, and then issue 14 came out or some shit. It was like what?
Yep. Yeah, because I read the trades for that before I was collecting comics. That's how long ago it was since it had floppies.
Before that, it was like 3 or 4 months in between. It was really crazy, like 6 months. And it was. I started picking it up again. I thought it was gone.
Like this Perillo stuff does nothing for you, Biggie. Like the painted Perillo covers do nothing.
Carla Code.
I don't know if any modern art's classic. Like it is. Are we gonna look back in 10 years at any of the? Well, nah. Like for me, I would rather do the Dell original Universal Monsters than the Spears, in my opinion.
This new J. Scott Campbell Rogue Savage Lands, absolutely gorgeous cover.
Yeah, absolutely. absolutely not for me.
But,
okay, so question. I'm not this cover,
not for
but
me.
like, what about Mark Spears? You Mark Spears fan?
Yeah, I just answered that. I would take the Dell original stuff as opposed to
Like
that.
with Mark Spears in particular, I feel like his
That
Bridezilla
looks.
covers will be like
That
modern
looks.
day.
I have a hard time digesting that.
That dude basically takes half
like
my
it.
paycheck every week.
I think that a couple of his covers might last like the test of time. Like I don't know, what was the one? The Black Lagoon one. That one might be cool for a few years.
What about
Alex
Jenny
Ross,
Prism?
Black Lagoon.
Nah,
Jenny
fuck
Prism?
no, dude. They're all like statuette, bro. Like that's not a comic book cover to me. That's like a
That's why
picture.
they're
dude.
amazing.
Yeah, I don't think it's. That's like flipping through a Glamour magazine to me. Like I'm good.
I feel
Or
you.
like Perillo.
I was just trying to throw some stuff out there.
I like Stegman. I think Stegman's pretty solid.
Oh yeah, kills it. One of my favorites.
But yeah, he every now and then Stegman will pull something off. I'm like, oh, that might be worth, But it's been a while, dude. Like I don't know, it just me. But you guys could like it. To me, like Ramita Senior, Neil Adams. I've been getting into Jack Burnley lately.
How's that one?
Yeah, that'll work. That's been pretty good for a long time. Yeah.
Good one. Durs, put up any one of your books. Put one of your books.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that.
Dude, I've tried to stop being a Wednesday warrior and just collect old books before. I just can't do it.
Any one of my books. All right.
Anyone, just pick one. Okay, let's do the comparison. Which book?
Yeah.
Which of the two covers tell more of a story?
What stories in the comic, bro?
It's a comic book because we're talking about storytelling here.
Why do I feel like this is the weirdest pissing contest ever?
Well, I mean, last month, that's an iconic storyline.
I'll give y'all a comic cover. I'll show y'all something.
Are exclusive to.
No, and I know that's Savala. That's my boy
Yeah.
Savala. Martin Savala is a great guy. I'm not taking anything away from him, but here's the difference between modern versus the previous. There's storytelling here.
So, like as a comic book collector,
Give me storytelling in the cover.
I don't need that though. The story's
But you
in the
just
book.
talked about story. You
It's
were
in the
literally
book.
just talking about
It's
story,
in the-
Durs.
This is what I do for the story. This is what I do for the story. I'm collecting the cover for the cover. If it's a good story, I don't care what's on the cover, bro. The cover does nothing.
But you were telling me about story. This is this is an iconic story.
And back
and
then,
the cover's telling the story.
So to that point, back then things were different because we didn't have comic geeks. I know every story.
Comic geeks always existed. What are you talking about?
In the early '90s,
Yes,
when there was no phones.
I'm saying
They
comic
did.
geeks.
I'm pretty sure I'm a '90s kid. And I didn't have phones weren't a thing. Cell
He's
phones
talking about like geek as far as a person. There's
I'm talking about like the apps. Comic geeks.
so first and foremost, art.
So that's why I say like the covers don't need to tell a story anymore because you have the internet where you can
That's
just
why
look
the book's not going to be iconic. That's what I'm saying. The book becomes iconic because the cover's iconic.
We'd have to wait 20 years.
That's a comic book cover.
20 or 30 years to be iconic, It's
I
just so early.
Show you one of the last iconic. I just showed you one of the last iconic books, which is
The last
that Amazing
iconic
Spider-Man
book to
50.
me would be in the first appearance of Miles Morales. That's the last, the newest iconic book.
No, that Spider-Man that I just showed you, that's an iconic cover. There's nothing going on inside, but people want it because of that cover.
But I was saying
You're talking about opinion versus like fact. I mean, Izzy is stating a fact. I mean, just because you don't see him as iconic doesn't mean they're not iconic. They are. That's opinion. And when it comes to story and art, both are subjective. So of course, not everything is going to speak to you, especially like depending on what type of collector, because there's not a certain type of collector. There's like 4 or 5 different variants of collectors out there. Some that just go for stories, some that just go for art, some that encompass all of it. I mean,
Can you make me big real quick, Rob, please?
No,
but
I
seen that. I remember seeing that book.
Blue Chew.
Yeah, so this is Jack Burnley. I like my comics to be a little cartoony, and Jack Kirby would do that too. And the modern stuff is way too like digitally washed for me, and just the smoothness of the line, the characteristics. Yeah, Jack Burnley is kind of where I lean towards.
Cool cover.
So you would be a fan of hand-painted Peach Momoko's watercolor art? Is that what you're saying? Because she hand draw. Is that what your concept is?
That's why I was showing the Perillos, because that's all hand drawn art, hand draw painted, and all that. Trying to milk towards Biggie's taste.
Well, it's not as cartoony. For some reason, it comes out like looking like a picture. For some, I don't know why it does.
Then you would like that's super cartoony.
Who?
Christy
I don't know any of these fucking people. No, I'm sorry.
That's why nobody can hear me.
Well, like,
I would look at it.
My big point is like you can't.
I can't hear
it's
them.
tough. It's tough to like covers that came out in the past like 5 years. They're not going to be accurate. We're
Probably
not
about 15.
Cartoon style versus drawing like art style, right? So there's always different types of stuff, and that's fine. Look, different art appeals to different people for different kind of reasons. Just like different fonts appeal to Justin for different reasons. You know, it's.
I want whatever's going to make the most money for the comic industry, and sadly, there's not a lot of people that read their books. Like, how many people on this panel read all their weekly comic books? Raise their hand.
Oh, weekly? I don't read them. I read them all.
Weekly. 3. I mean, half of us are gone, but that was a bad example.
Scotty reads his books.
I know Scotty reads his books for sure.
And Madam's Madam.
Yeah.
My thing is, and going back to the original topic that Biggie brought up, like new books suck. And my thing is,
most of my stuff. I do read most of my books. Sorry, Mike.
No, you're good. My question is, I mean, we live, us specifically, in a connected content, super, neighborhood, let's just say. Are you taking the word of mouth of your said friends when they say, like, oh, Murder Falcon is the shit? Oh, my God. Murder Falcon. I mean, how many people do you know have talked about just this one modern comic book? Have you done yourself the favor to actually find out if just this one specific hyped about? I mean, you're talking about like, people are like, oh yes, there's a lot of trash in modern day comics. I'm not saying it's all good, but to say that there's no good, nah, I mean, you're talking about understatements, because I mean, from last year alone, I can give you like 10 great series off the top of my, just thinking about it.
And here's the other part. It's not to say that the old books are all iconic either. We hand select the books that have stood the test of time. That's what we've done. There's loads of comics out there that are garbage, and that's from every era.
Oh yeah,
every era.
Let me try to explain. So when Durs said he went to a con and all of the books that the con had were reprints. I said modern books suck because he simply stated that like the cons didn't have any new shit. So that's probably why they're using old shit, is because old shit is more easy to sell to people like us.
Not like
because
they've always done it though.
Nah, because nostalgia. No, the real reason is because nostalgia is a bitch, and all y'all fall for it. All y'all fall back to like, oh, this is the best.
Mike.
This is I know. But nostalgia is a bitch, and that's current day.
That's every day.
Well, tell me the new book cover that's worth our time.
Time out, real quick. Hey, Durs, hold on. I was listening while taking the kids to school and stuff. Couple things. One, Rob, your mic.
Are you done? What the hell was that? Are you all right?
Rob, increase your microphone. It's
you stopped me from talking to just stop. Okay, all right. Are y'all good? So
hold on, Biggie. God dang. Rob, your microphone is magnitudes quieter than everybody else.
And everybody's got their mics pumped up super high.
Well, you can control their mics, Rob.
Tell me. I'll turn it down.
Mike, your finders. Mike, your microphone is louder than everybody.
It's overmodulated.
And everybody, try a little better to not talk over each other, because we can't hear what anyone's saying when everyone's talking at once.
I don't know what's going on.
This is a great conversation, though. That's why I just wanted to throw that out.
So
some
first
volume
point, real
Is mine
quick,
better?
first point I'm trying to make is like at New York, most of them were just like the modern reprints. Like you have a new Transformers and it's a different color here and a different color here. It's still a modern book or whatever. But at a con, like seeing from Chris's, like watching his wall, the big grails weren't the ones that were selling. The Invincibles were selling. All the Marvel Rivals books were selling. The Capcom books are selling. His signed J. Scott Campbell's are selling. So it's really hit or miss, and it's all taste. But you guys also have to remember, I'm a baby. So like you guys grew up with a lot of these books that are going to hold iconic nostalgia values for you. It does nothing for me because it was just before my time. I respect the history, I respect the legacy, but it's just something that I don't collect. That's why, to Mike's point, I love the foil reprints. Like I said, I got short box. Go Izzy.
All right. So I do know your age when it comes to comics. I get that. I also know the shows you've been at. And this goes back to the conversation that actually started the stream. There are certain cons that their focus is on this. 100%. And there's certain cons that their focus is on this.
100%.
You work in an industry now, right? Because you're part of this industry. You work in an industry where the top sellers are going to be those con exclusives. Is that a fact? Is that a fact?
In my opinion, yes.
Right, that's a fact. So therefore, those are the hottest books at the con. Why? Because that is what the con is promoting.
Correct.
Right? When you go to Heroes, is there a Heroes Con exclusive?
No, which I love.
Tell me why.
Because it's a comic convention.
Bingo. So
exactly.
when
there is the Comics Curing Cancer exclusive art book, which but
nice tie-in.
No problem. Sorry.
Okay. So it's all part of the factor of what are you going to this convention for, rather than this is the hottest book. You know what was the hottest book in New York Comic Con? That stupid ass Vampirella cover that just shows her breast. Why? Because everybody wants to see Vampirella saying "I love New York" with her breasts out, right?
Yeah, nice tits.
I will admit to that.
Over that one.
But here's the thing. No, Vampirella won. Believe it or not, I did the numbers. I did the numbers. This is the number. I'm the numbers guy. I did the numbers. So here's the thing. The thing is that in this world that we live in, that's called the comic book community, everything has its place. And I do believe when it comes to modern comics, there is a fan base that loves them like you do. That goes crazy out for them. The investment of it is actually not a good thing to do.
Yeah, if you're
that's where the classics come in. Where when we talk about the classics and the old books, those are the ones that actually maintain their value because there's historic value to them. It's not even so much the story, but as much as the historic value to them. So you gotta look at it from different perspectives. You respect them all. I think I respect them all because if it wasn't for modern comics, we wouldn't have comics.
Wheeljack sold for $150 last week. Spawn were all sold for $324.
You're looking at one sale?
I'm looking at average sales.
What do y'all think of like the idea?
$390.
And there's also the whole difference of A covers. Like, have any of y'all like brought A covers into the conversation? Because you're only comparing like classic covers that didn't have variants with only variants of today. Most people buy A covers. If you go to an LCS, they're ordering more A covers than variants. And the A covers, in that sense, they still do tell the story of what's inside the comic. It works as a trailer for what to expect.
I'm gonna come back because I can't see one of the screens and tell if they're talking, so I'll just come back.
Okay. And like 9 times out of 10, it's still just your standard A cover stuff.
So then that would explain why I mostly avoid A covers as a collector. I'm just going towards, because then I guess you're right, because then most A covers, thinking about it, do tell a story, and I'm always going for like whichever cover is the coolest to me.
If I'm collecting the run of it, if I intend on collecting the whole run, I grab the main covers.
Yeah, and I like the fact that it like has a matching trade dress to it at that point. Even if they change cover artists, it still looks like a set.
Yeah, it does.
But to Izzy's point, how like the story and everything, like modern A covers are a good blend between like more dynamic page splash, and that trailer of what to expect inside.
They're also trying to grab and pop. I mean, that's to Biggie's point about like how comics were positioned back in the day. I mean, versus how they're positioned today to the actual like the eye when you go into a shop. I mean, comics need to pop. They need to grab attention. You know, I mean, I don't think there's been a time when comics haven't had the dilemma of not being sold. You know, they're not hotcakes. They've always need. You know,
the cover sells the comic for the most part.
I have to leave.
80% of the time, the cover is what sells the comic. 80% of the time. In the rare occasion.
I'm sorry, I'm leaving Izzy real quick. How he said lost cost paid for them in 6 to 8 months. That's the problem. I'm collecting variants and all these exclusives for my PC. I'm not hoping like, oh my god, this book's gonna be $500 because if it is, I'm not selling it. Like I got 2 of those Red Hawks, those Virgin Red Hawks coming for they're selling for like 150. I'm keeping both. I'm not reselling those. So like that is a big problem with modern books. Everybody's like, oh, let me get this book so I can just flip it.
Well, I can tell you a secret about old books too, Durs. It's the same thing. You go to a comic shop to a back issue bin, it's just 70s, 80s, 90s dollar bin books. And that's how comics have always been. 1 out of 10,000 might see its value increase unless you wait till it's like an antique and it's valuable just for not being destroyed over time, you know, like comics.
That's why
how comics have always been.
Check your alleys, guys, if you have them in your area.
Yeah,
I highly recommend.
Hey, real quick, Durs, before you go, today is the finale to the long-awaited saga of JustinComicx. He posted it on his Instagram months ago. He came on the show and was talking about his favorite adult film star without divulging the name of said adult film star, and he teased on his Instagram that today all will be revealed. Now, I'm not telling him to reveal it now, but I'm just letting you know, Durs, you're going to want to come back to this stream and figure out who it is when the time comes.
Check it out.
You got the wrong context. It was who lives in my area that I used to watch.
There it is. Now, did you watch this person online or did you watch this person from their bushes?
Both.
Or both.
Sounded like bushes.
Okay, guys, I got an appointment to get on, so I'll probably bounce back.
My guess is Ron Jeremy. That's
my guess. Bye, guys. Durs, I still love you, bro.
I love you guys too. The famous hedgehog, baby.
If I could insert a Robism here, when you say watch from the bushes, can we get some clarification on that, please?
What kind of bush?
Spiky bushes.
I watch her bush and from the bushes.
There you go. There you go. How are you doing this week, Justin?
Good.
We're all waiting on bated breath.
All right. I'm gonna send there's a website. It doesn't show them nude, obviously, but there's a website where it has a whole list of them. I'm gonna try and pull that up and send it through the chat here. The links.
Whole list of what?
It's the list of them. It just shows a list. I'll double check the list, make sure it's SFW, but that's how I want to do it.
Just put it into the private chat on the StreamYard and
yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, because the link won't work in the main chat. It'll work in the private chat. Now, is this a list of names, a list of videos, a filmography? What is this a list of?
It's a list of names.
So you have a laundry list of names of people that live in your area that participate in the adult film industry?
Never mind, I can't share it.
But you can in the private chat.
33% of all women.
Not in the regular comment section. If you look on the side, you can look down.
Yeah, I know, but like, what if it? I did say it was. I thought it was SFW. It's not. Is that fine?
If you put it in the private chat, yeah, because it won't appear on screen.
Has the person ever appeared in a comic book? Can you tell us
I
that?
don't
much?
think so.
Okay. That would narrow it down a little bit.
Yeah, I think Scotty, you should know. You'll be able to fill us in on the backstory of any adult film star that he drops in here, right?
Not really, honestly.
Oh, all right.
He's not Hugh Hefner yet, right?
That's a farm registry.
I could try.
It does.
I can make up some stuff.
I'm afraid to click on any link that he's sending me to right now.
Yeah.
This is oh, you're okay. So you're giving us a. Are we supposed to try to guess from this list?
Yeah.
So there's 7 people on this list.
Right. It was pretty easy, pretty quick. I mean.
All right. I'll
New
pull it up.
Hampshire. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. I figured you lived in Cali when you said like adult stars.
No.
Well, the list is pretty short, Scotty.
It is. It is. I'm looking at it now.
All right. Here's the list. Here's the list of names that you have to choose from. Becky Lynn, Calico Slave.
Nope.
Diane Hunter, Erica Campbell, Haley Valley, Isabella. What is that?
Is that a titty?
And Kinsey Reeves.
It's the last one.
I've heard of the
Kinsey
first
Reeves.
one.
It was.
So I've never heard of him. Kinsey Reeves.
Yeah. I found that very interesting. I was looking it up
Right.
like a few months ago, and that was very shocking to see. Because you always hear of like just random names that live in your area, and you're like, oh, I don't recognize any of them. And actually, that's what we're doing. We're talking about comic book creators, and I had said that Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird lived in New Hampshire.
Yeah, it's the one I heard of. I only really know of like the famous ones that are heavily publicized that have been in movies or
Yeah.
not
same.
like porn movies, but like if like cross genres, you know, like are gone to be professionals and other aspects of life beyond porn. I'm boring when it comes to porn. I'm sorry.
No, I'll be honest with you. Beyond comic book stuff, I really don't indulge in that. You guys probably won't believe me, but I really don't.
I thought, Mark, you were talking about comic book creators.
No,
about that word and put in porn stars.
no.
Gotcha.
Rob, tell us more about this actress that Justin follows. Rob's over there doing some research.
Sorry, I'm working right now. I have no idea what you guys are talking about, to be honest.
Sorry,
Your porn habits. What are your porn habits, Rob?
You're better.
I only watch your OnlyFans, madam. I mean, other than that and Justin's weird animated DuckTales. It's a special DuckTales that's not the one you're thinking of, but
okay.
Or maybe it is the one you're thinking about.
Did you see Howard the Duck and wanted more of that one scene? Justin's got
One
you.
scene.
That was the first Duck movies I ever saw.
Right.
Great movie.
Biggie, what are you up to today?
I was having like audio issues the whole last 10 minutes, but I'm gonna let a dead dog lie on the ground. I'm not gonna beat the fucking new books to death tonight, so we can move on.
Did you figure out what you're doing next for your next read?
Oh yeah, we're doing JLA versus Avengers issue 4.
Oh, okay. Yeah, y'all been going through that whole series one at a time.
Yeah.
I wish the Superman with the hammer was a longer moment.
Yeah, it's probably gonna. I read about half of it so far. I have trouble with Perez art, inside art. People love it so much. I think some of his like 2010-ish stuff is just way too damn crowded for my eyes, and it kind of bugs me. But it's all right.
That was always kind of his shtick, wasn't it?
I really like Perez on certain characters.
Titans.
Yes.
I get a
Beast. I like him on drawn Beasts.
I get like a Fox cartoon vibe from him, like X-Men animated or something. I don't know.
I was looking at
see that.
old forgotten cartoons, and because of the hype and how successful X-Men and Batman the animated series were, they made animated shows of everything back in the day. Like even Savage Dragon, Biggie. Did you ever watch that?
I never got to. I need to look it up.
Okay.
I'm assuming there's a good chance it might be just like available on YouTube for free. A lot of them are.
Yeah.
But like they did a RoboCop animated TV show of Mortal Kombat based on Mortal Kombat 3. They did
I was just showing George Perez Beast.
Oh yeah, that does look good.
I always liked I like him on certain characters a lot. That's cool.
982. Who signed that?
George Perez.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, man. I'm lucky to have that. It's the only book that I have signed by him, but
That's not long before his passing either, because Snapshots isn't old. That's like 2020 or something.
Yeah, man. I think this was like the year before he passed. Honestly, I think it might have been from the last signing.
Yeah, I'd sent a few books in to CGC when he was trying to make it
signed by. Signed by George. It says signed by George Perez on 1/14/22.
Wow, even newer than I thought. Sandman says Wildcats cartoon was so bad. Yeah, but they had like the best intro.
Wildcats.
Yeah.
Mike knew it was coming.
I know. I saw it in the damn comment section. I was like, oh, he fucked up. Wildcats.
Yeah, it's coming.
I love Wildcats. You know,
Another
I mean,
one
there
that I was
Swamp Thing.
Swamp Thing was good. I feel like that one was. I don't know why I always have that one separate in my head. That one had like VHSs for it and everything.
Yeah,
but I was looking at the Aliens, like Alien and Predator, the Aliens TV show that never made it, but they were actively working on it. Yeah, you can look up and see like still photos from the pilot they had put together, and you know, all the Alien action figures, the design of the action figures and everything. So most of the characters, save for two of them, appeared in the movie Aliens, but there's more toy figures out there. There's two of them that didn't. And the toys are based off of the cartoon TV show that they developed and scripted and figured out which direction to go with it. And they designed all the characters and made the toys to look like the upcoming cartoon show, but it ended up not happening.
Huh. Very cool.
Yeah, the photos from it just it's one of those things where it takes you back and you're like the whole what could have been thing. And it just makes you want it so bad. Like even if I could just see like 10 seconds of this animated, that would look awesome, but no one's ever found the pilot. They said that the Korean studio that worked on X-Men was supposedly the studio that was hired to do it, and it just got stopped somewhere along the way, and they just, for whatever reason, they're not sure, didn't follow through with it.
That would have been cool.
Yeah,
I was looking at oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying it was called Operation Aliens.
Sweet. I was at Barnes and Noble the other day, and I didn't know that there was an X-Men manga hardcover, but that exists apparently. I want to check that out.
I will let you know that all it is like a retelling of the first season.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah. So like I bought it and I was like, oh man, this is gonna be awesome. And then I started reading it and I was like, wait a minute. I've seen this before.
Okay. Thanks for telling me.
They have a Thor one, a Black Panther one, and they have a couple other ones, and
I noticed
what they are.
I noticed Comic Tropes was reading a Spider-Man manga, and he talked about it getting really dark, so I was curious.
Yeah, that's like 10, 15 years ago, I think.
2000, something like that. 2005.
It looked cool, though.
Yeah. All right. I'm sort of back.
Welcome, sort of back.
Oh, fucking end of month.
Literally.
People have an inability to think for themselves. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, nothing like a company sitting, somebody who's trying to design something that goes, oh, we need a list of all the users who need to have access. Rob, who are all the people on your team? It's like, oh, if only we had a portal that you could go to. It showed all the team members, like an organizational map. You could get
instead of Rob copying pasting a list that he clearly has in a spreadsheet somewhere, he just big dogs them.
Yeah, send them a link to go. Here's a link to the freaking HR directory where you can find all that answers yourself. Fuck. Let me teach you how to fish. I will not feed you, but I will give you a fishing pole, some bait, and I'll take you to the lake.
Quality time. That's what you're offering.
No, I'm trying not to spend time with them. I'm only taking you this one time, son. In the future, you can go fishing on your own. But Dad, I wanted to go fishing with you. Yeah, but I don't want to go fishing with you. You suck, kid.
Oh.
Oh my god, I'm having childhood flashbacks right now.
Oh my god.
Oh, great
I haven't
googly
fished in
moogly.
years.
So
oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to just say I'm gonna probably head out of here. I was just going to say, like, so for me, like, I try to read all comics. That's why I've been reading more this year, and I do still buy new books and shit. So I'm like open to experiencing good stuff. Like, I don't get DC. When Legion sent me that giveaway, I was like, I get a little bit DC every now and then. But if someone recommends like a book I can read digitally, I do. So it's not like I don't try. It's just you know, I have my I just have my particular ways. And honestly, like in the last like year and a half, I've been learning a lot more about Golden Age, and I feel like people kind of get stuck in the Silver Age, and instead of moving back a few years, they just stay in the present. So for like in Durr's example, like he sells books, you know, and I understand. I've looked into it. There's a big market for selling new books. You look at Brian McClay. He pushes a lot of new books and not a lot of exclusives, and it's very popular. There's a lot of money in it, and I'm not just looking at it from an investing thing. I'm just saying, like,
it's also an accessibility thing, right? Like it doesn't require like historical knowledge, knowledge of resources and finances to get into new books. You just walk into the shop completely green in the deals and with $5 in your pocket, and you can walk out with something.
Yeah. I've been enjoying trying to learn it from the beginning, like backwards, like backward engineer it. So the classical cartoon comic aspect of it and just learning new artists and shit from the beginning has been helping me just try to digest things. And the modern shit comes every day, so that's kind of self-explanatory, but I appreciate hanging out with y'all, and if I do find a modern book I like, I'll let y'all know, but it's just hard for me to. Savage Dragon's my shit for now, and Eric Larson's been doing it for 30 years, so
yeah,
I guess that don't count, you know. So I'll catch y'all later, man.
All right, Biggie, take it easy, homie.
Later, guys.
See you, Biggie.
I'd say Savage Dragon counts.
There you go, Biggie. Some old Eric Larson. Older Eric Larson.
I love that cover.
It's one of my favorite Venom covers. I love Eric Larson's version of Venom.
Hamlet.
That long jaw.
Yeah, and the slime. I think he was the one that started the slime.
The teeth. They're all like misfigured.
Shout out,
did y'all watch the Venom 3 movie, the final movie?
I haven't seen it yet.
Too busy watching Reacher.
That's good.
I'm excited to watch the new Reacher tonight.
No, just kidding.
New episodes on Friday. The first 3 were great.
Thursday. It was Thursday.
Well, it came out last night?
Yeah, I watched it last night.
Okay.
I'm currently.
Like, what'd you think of Venom 3?
Oh, sorry.
Don't know.
I enjoyed Venom 3. It was okay.
I still haven't seen it.
I want to say like 6 or 7, something like that. It wasn't bad.
So I think they're all bad movies. I'm just going to throw that.
They
out
are.
there.
They are.
They're all bad movies.
But as far as context and source, yes. But as far as like a movie goes, they're still fun.
Yeah, I didn't really enjoy the first one. I despised the second one the first time I saw it. And the second one gave me such a bad experience. I think that it kind of put me in the right headspace for the third one. And it was one of those right place, right times. I had a friend from Belgium who came to the States for the first time and was visiting, and he wanted to go to the movie theater in America, you know, so that was the big movie that came out that weekend. So that's what we went and saw. So it was just a blast. And I went in not expecting a good movie, and I was able just to have fun watching a bad movie. And I've since rewatched it and enjoyed it the second time around. And I even rewatched the second one because Finn wanted to watch it, and it just felt like a cartoon in real life. Like the way that they did Cletus Cassidy was cartoonish.
I liked Woody Harrelson's casting too. It's just that
I think the script for him was a waste.
Yeah, they failed on that mark. It was just bad written movie. The fact that they tried to do that movie without blood is the first fail.
It's crazy.
He's supposed to be like Marvel's biggest serial killer, and he's not really killing.
Might go to Captain America tonight. Going with the same headspace, Wellboard. Don't expect a good movie. Just it's not a good movie.
It's
but
not
there's
a
a lot
bad
of
movie.
I
It's
had a
just,
lot of fun.
It's just not masterpiece theater by any stretch.
I would be
but
happy.
It's fun. It's a fun superhero movie.
Yeah, it's super duper bad, but it's super duper easy to have fun with it. It's legitimately bad. Like
I don't think so.
I made a whole event out of it. I made a date night of it with my girlfriend. We had a blast. I got a special little popcorn bucket. It was a good night. Fun movie.
Yeah, we go as like a group, like me, the wife, Pops. When I didn't do the popcorn bucket and all that like I typically do, but for me watching it, like it was easy to see like the editing issues, the context issues.
I'm watching
like
a movie. I don't look.
That's why when you watch a movie, those are the things that either stand out or don't, because that's part of movies is editing and like narratives and stuff like that. And some of it was just blatantly just there's like three different.
In this scene, his stubble was 1/8 of an inch longer than it was in this scene right after it and before.
No,
I
don't.
I mean, you can underplay it just because you didn't notice it, but I mean, like it was.
I didn't look for it.
I still.
That's what
I say. I don't. If I'm not in there dissecting a movie and something stands out as noticeable, that whoever made this movie had an error that now took me out of the movie. When I'm sitting there watching the movie and I think, what the fuck? That's not on me. I'm not sitting there with a magnifying glass and a notepad. I'm just more observant of shit like that. I mean, I like
superhero movie. I don't go in there with much fun. I just go, how do I feel when I walk out after experiencing it? That's it. But
yeah, I went out going, no, it was pretty fun.
It was fun in 3D.
Mark, I want to go back to this though. When we get a second. Go
ahead, Justin.
Now do Moana 2.
Oh, dude, that's a perfect example. And when I was talking about Captain America 4, I used what you had mentioned about Moana, and I even watched it. The first 3 episode breaks are distinct.
Yeah,
they are super distinct.
They are.
The latter ones, I didn't notice the exact cut to them. I think they might have blended those better. But Moana 2, they didn't even mask the first 3 episode breaks. You see them clear as day. The only thing they didn't do is cut to a black screen that said directed by. Like that's the only thing that was missing to tell the exact moment an episode ended and the next one started. Very, very obvious, very blatant. Kids didn't notice it. As someone again who, dude, I've loved movies, been hypercritical of them since I was a kid.
4 Rooms. Huh?
I've worked at Movie Stop for years. I've done midnight premieres and events for as long as I've been, like from a teenager forward. Like it's easy to see this shit if you watch enough of these things. It's like anything you do in life. If you do it enough, the oddities stand out without effort. And it doesn't. I don't say don't go see it because of that, but I'm saying that exists. It's there. And like I said, I had fun watching. I gave it a solid 5, 6 around that range. It's an enjoyable film, but it's not good. That's just not even fair to call it a good movie because there's good movies out there that might hear you say that and they think, what did I do wrong? But Moana 2, I had fun watching it with the kids. I'll never watch it again. Moana 1, I'll continue to watch to the day I die. I love that movie. I don't know if y'all saw my IG. Like me and the wife watched that so much that it's one of Monkey's favorite Disney movies. And she just had a whole Moana birthday where me and the wife paid Moana herself to show up. And it costs a lot to get someone from the Polynesian islands to travel to Georgia of all places.
I would imagine.
Different kind of humidity here. She was not excited, but she came in singing, reading.
Her hair looked a little frazzled.
Yeah, from the humidity.
Yeah, it kills. In the South, it kills.
Yeah. Rob, what was you wanted to go back to?
I was Taylor brought up. He says this season of Reacher is a bit silly with coincidences, but it's still a lot of fun. I think they're all of them have been very high up on a lot of coincidences in certain things. But the thing that's been driving me the craziest this season is simply the fact that here's a guy. He's infiltrating this place with a bunch of security. And they're all super hype on all the security, yet despite all the cameras and all the security that's going on around the perimeter of this place, there's not a camera on the freaking property apparently, because he has freedom of movement. It seems.
Yeah, they did the dialogue drop in episode 1, or I think maybe 2. The first time he snuck out the window, there's 3 cameras on the property, but they only point at the road. Yeah, I'm like, what?
What is this? Who designed the security system? This is like the most.
I think the guy at the gate must have been in charge of designing the camera layout.
I mean, it's like it's the most contrived script device I've ever on the planet. But other than that,
yeah, I saw that Moana at Monkey's Party was mentioned in Matt Walsh's latest film. I don't know if y'all seen that. That film is wildly entertaining and definitely should be seen. It's called Am I a Racist? And he sits down with a DEI instructor and has an interview on the protocol for his kid's birthday party, because Matt Walsh is a white guy and the DEI instructor was a white woman, and they were talking about, is it appropriate, because my daughter, her favorite Disney character is Moana, is she allowed to dress up as Moana for Halloween? And he was instructed that it's probably not a good idea because that's cultural appropriation. And we didn't listen to that advice. Monkey was dressed up as Moana, happy dancing around with Moana. And
nice.
Yeah, but that's a hilarious movie.
When I was 5, I had a Star Wars birthday party, and we all dressed up as like Darth Vader stuff, and it was not cultural appropriation. It was just called fandom.
That's just because that was back then. Today, there's a large number of people that would feel differently about dressing up as other people.
Why do you have
having fun?
Black guy?
Yeah,
just a kid having fun.
I call it West Coast logic. Rob's an exception to this. Rob has more reasoning in this, but yeah, it's a wild movie. You just watch the movie; it'll blow your mind.
I will say though, I like the way you've worked. Your finagling of wanting me to get out there to you sooner is amazing. In that American Airlines sent me a notice that they had changed my flight to Heroes Con, so that now I have to leave earlier in the morning, so that way I get there earlier in the afternoons. Now
my plan worked.
So now I have to my flight leaves like just around late 4 o'clock in the morning. Get there like at just before 2 now, instead of.
Rob's going to be taking a nap on the dolly while me and DJ are rolling him and the book.
We say that, but the reality is Legion ain't going to be there till the next day. So
no, I'm coming Thursday. Oh, you're showing up on Wednesday. Yeah. Yeah, me and Pops are leaving early Thursday morning. We're going to be there at an appropriate time to be there, based on our own opinion.
Yeah. In other words, I'm
working Wednesday.
I don't
you
want
know what I
to
mean?
be there sooner. No.
And good news, Kyle should be coming up this year, Rob. So she'll be there like Thursday to Saturday.
Nice. Who's watching the kids?
We're putting Cheerios on the floor.
Nice.
They can fight the dogs to see who eats them all first.
Oh yeah, I'll take care of themselves.
Some Godzilla toys thrown around.
I figured we just drop them off at school Thursday morning and then go to the con and just pick them up from DFAX when we get back.
Well, Finn seems like you could just hand them like one of those little bows with like suction arrows.
Yeah,
and he can go hit a squirrel and they can do something with that and knock it out.
Chasing a squirrel around all weekend long that has an arrow suction to its back. It's still alive and they can't catch it.
Taylor needs a link.
I'm sending him one. Meow.
Yeah.
Right meow.
Look at that.
Right meow.
That 2025 art book is coming together. Fire.
Nice. A lot of good artists in the community.
Nice.
Coming together like butt cheeks.
Oh, right. Well, isn't that special?
I think so. It makes a clapping sound.
No, it is. It's phenomenal. Oh.
Mike, how's your Fortnite adventures going? Are you and Caroline still doing that?
Caroline is. I haven't touched. I move around. I haven't touched Fortnite in like 2 months, something like that.
What have you been on?
Currently, Final Fantasy VII. And the PlayStation original. I've never played it before, so for me, it's a first-time experience.
You ain't lying, C-Bizzle. You ain't lying. That girl's a savage.
Nah, before that was Gris. Do you know Gris, Justin?
Never met him.
Gris, it's like a $3. It's like a $3 game, but it's more like an experience. I sent a trailer to Caroline. The art and storytelling is fantastic, and for $3, it's like, I don't know, 4-hour game. It's not a massive game. But it was
Friday.
fantastic. What's up, Taylor?
Yeah, but for $3, like
It's a good day. It's looking more and more like
Yeah.
I'll be able to go to Heroes Con now. So,
hooray!
Does this mean that you have different career opportunities
I
figured out?
accepted a new position this morning.
Yes, congratulations.
Congrats.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Or is it requiring you to relocate, or are you good where you're at?
No, it's local. It's a bit of a career shift, but it's back into the sort of real estate world, which I was doing. I'll be operations manager for a real estate company, which involves handling a lot of the transactional details, a lot of training of agents, and then handling marketing and stuff for them. So,
well, you got the right shirt for real estate. You're already prepared.
So you get to do stuff that you were used to, but you get to do it without having to deal with the selling of the people.
Exactly.
Which is fucking bravo
no
to you,
commission,
sir.
it's a salaried role, all that stuff.
I love it.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's an answer to a lot of prayers and vibes.
Yeah, man, it's been a long time coming. So, and the best part about it is, it's like it's a realtor I've known for years around here. She reached out and asked if I wanted to come talk about the role. She wasn't even on my radar because it was a shift from what I've been doing. And so we just talked about it very casually. She's like, I know what you can do. Like, will this number work? I'm like, no, but this will. She's like, all right. So like,
dude, that's
so that's
whatever you want to call it. That's karma, a God thing, the universe working out.
Yeah,
like, dude, that's fantastic, homie.
Let's be honest.
Like, it came to you.
That was the second best thing about it. The first best thing was being able to go to your current boss and say, hey, you know what? Fuck you.
That's happening in an hour and 15 minutes.
Film it.
Oh, can we do it? Can we live?
No, because like here's the thing, like my direct boss, I really actually do like it. The company, it's just the company is toxic, and so I don't want to burn that bridge, and I don't want to.
Yeah, no, I get it.
I've been there.
It's always best to not burn a bridge if you can help it.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah,
tossing the Molotov cocktail in as you're walking out the door is probably
no, and she'll
news gets around.
She won't like it, but she'll understand because like the reasons are they're nothing new. So
it's a small world. You never know when you run into.
And it's a significant pay raise that they won't be able to match. So,
but what if they do?
It's soul sucking though.
Because like my current role does have much better health insurance, and that's a big thing for me. So, but if they match it, the only other way I would do it is if they let me go fully remote. If they match it and I can go fully remote, I'd stick around. So. But they're not going to. There's no way they're going to. They had 2.5 years to do it, and like they have not. So
Well, now they have an incentive to.
True. You lit a fire under their ass.
Well, I'm excited for you. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, congrats.
Yeah, I'm not going to book my room or anything quite yet because I need to save up a little funding for it. But I can probably book the room. Whatever, I can figure it out. So
when do you start the new gig?
Couple weeks, like March 24th, I think. So I need to give notice, and I want to give at least 2 weeks, just because while I am an asshole, I don't like leaving places.
That's right. You give them the time and let them tell you. Yeah, then you let them tell you, oh, we don't need you.
Yeah, exactly. On those parts, yeah, well.
You know that in like Romania, if they want to leave, they have to give me a month's notice by law. By law, they have to give you a month's notice.
Now, do you have to like keep them that whole month, or can you be like?
No, you can let them go, but I mean, but they're required to remain.
You just take them off the schedule, is all.
Yeah,
they're required to remain to give all employers a full month's notice. So
what kind of fascist regime is that? That's like
so the employers have time to find a replacement and stuff. It's like, okay, whatever, but hey, they also get 2 years of time off for a childbirth. So
yeah, that's.
I gotta ask Rob, what happens if they give you like, hey, I hate to inform you, but next Tuesday is my last day at work. Like, I mean, what are you going to do? Say, no, you're going to log in and work.
I don't know what the ramifications are. I don't know, but it is a legal requirement. So there must be some kind of legal repercussions. Potentially the company could probably come after you for financial issues, potentially.
Are they all salaried?
Yes.
There's lack of compensation is probably about it. Like, yeah, we don't have to pay you then.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's firing squad for all I know. It's
the Spetsnaz. Hey, Scotty, did you see this?
You get staked like a vampire.
that it's a
Knock at the door.
fourth print for Monsters #1. They did a Keen Spot exclusive on their website. Did you see that bad boy?
No, Whoa, that's awesome. No, I did see that. You shared it on Instagram.
Yeah, I posted it out there.
That's good,
that's
man.
nice. It's not out yet, obviously. It's up for pre-order. It's already going for like $80 on the old eBay, but it's like a $40-something book on the Keen Spot website.
It's nice. I like it.
I'm not huge on getting all the variants and stuff. I get two covers for Monsters, but I saw that. I'm like, I need the King Kong.
Yeah, for sure. I've been collecting them. I try to get as many as I can. I have a few of the hollow foil flips, but not all of them.
Has it been a good read, or is it just
yes, fantastic, man? I love it.
So like last night, Mark Spears was talking about how he wished there was a way for him to make issue 4 issue #1, because that's where the actual story starts.
True.
Where we're going to be introduced to these kids, that is what it's going to be about. And he was trying to think of a way when he took it from Kickstarter to direct market, because Keen Spot, he has full creative control. They just print the book, but he's like, you just let it lie. But he said that issue 1, 2, and 3 is really just like showing you all the stuff kind of thing.
The coolness.
And the people that have read it because of the Kickstarter all say it really kicks off and starts at issue 4, which in his mind is really issue 1. And I'm like, okay, that makes a little bit of sense, because the story is ridiculously disjointed. They introduce countless people, organizations, societies, flashbacks, tons of monsters. All we know is the Monster Squad movie plot right now. Dracula's back.
Okay.
He's wanting to gather monsters.
You got the
and there's a character named Slayer who works for we don't know who. He's been alive for we don't know how long. And that's all we know.
Yeah, it's setting up a bunch of different storylines.
So many plot threads.
Yeah, but it's been good though. There's one issue that's very little wording. It's almost all just panels of action, and it tells
issue
the
2.
story beautifully. Yeah, it tells the story beautifully. It was well done.
And that's when they introduce us to that not Slayer character, but the one that goes into the military facility and just lobs heads off and stuff. And we don't even know who that is.
Yeah.
Who they're working for, what their name is, what their objective is. We don't know nothing. So I'm excited. Yeah, I'm excited. And I was telling him last night, like, I'm excited to see it all pieced together, because we see all this stuff.
Yep.
What does it do now? Like
I know.
We've seen the engine with all the parts. How does it run?
Sounds like Bunny Mask.
It's been fun so far, and the interior art's just as good as the covers. It's every bit as good.
Yeah, some of it even better. There's some panels that'll just stop you. You're like, God dang.
Yeah. You have to read it and then look back through it a second time. That's how good it is.
I was reading issue 2 and I had to stop. I'm like, oh, hold on a second. I went and took the book to my wife. I'm like, look at this.
I did the same thing. I did the same exact thing. I told my girlfriend to look at it and tell me that did not look like a real portrait.
Yeah. It was just crazy. Yeah, I'm enjoying it thoroughly. But I guess, like, I don't do as many indie books and stuff. So it's very different than like my average book on my pull list, the way that the story is told, and like my expectations are also different from it. I have none. I'm like, I don't know what to expect. Just I'm accepting what you're giving me. Let's see how it plays out. And then he's got the miniseries spinoff, The Monster and the Wolf, that's coming by the end of the year. Will be hitting retailers. It's available on Kickstarter. You can go back. You can still order like some covers off the Kickstarter. It's officially closed and funded. Yeah. And you can also order like it's just a 3-issue miniseries. You can order the digital version if you just want to read it.
Man, he raised so much money, over
$250 million.
It was crazy. I actually backed the Kickstarter for that.
Like an instant.
It was extremely successful. It was wildly successful.
Yeah, I went to go back it like the day that he launched it and announced it. Not announced it, but the day that he launched it, I went to go back it, but because of the way they had the backing formatted, I chose not to, because you can get issue 3 cover A and C, or issue 3 cover B and D, or issue 4. Like, you couldn't just get issue 1 through 3A covers. Like, it wasn't even an option. So I messaged him. I'm like, yo, homie, like, what's up with this? He's like, oh, well, I'll look at it and see. And then last night, I told him, like, I didn't back it because like the lack of just getting like a 1 through 3 set. He's like, yeah, I added it the last week of the Kickstarter. It was kind of last minute. Basically it was like an oversight kind of thing, you know. And when they put it on their last minute, at that point they had to figure out how they could even package it, look at what had been pre-ordered, what had been backed, and see what remained that they could piece together to list and make an option. So I'm just going to get the retailer versions when they come out.
That's cool.
But I'm still going to get it. I mean, I like the Universal Horror Monster. That's why I ever got it. Like, you know, this all started before his hype blew up, and I was just chasing Frankenstein, you know.
Yeah, I think that's the appeal for a lot of people. I mean, it looks cool. It's nice having it out there. And I mean, I want to say it started with the whole Universal Monster craze. You know, Image tried jumping on it. You know.
Well, I think he was on it before Image started doing their little run.
Yeah,
because he had already produced the board game with the same art. He did this Monster series on Kickstarter beforehand, the trading cards. But yeah, the Universal Monsters have their own built-in fan base. Whether it's even if you're not doing comics, collectors are going after other merchandise and media. And like we saw that when there's this Archie book called Laugh Comics. So they're all like dollar books, you know, the whole run, like 100+ issues. But there's one issue where Jughead is wearing a Creature from the Black Lagoon costume on the cover, and that one issue is unobtainium. You just can't find it. It doesn't circulate often because the Universal Monster collectors have got it and put it in their collections, and it doesn't move. It just stays there. Yeah. But Pops took him a long time to track that one down.
That's very cool. I like those old laughs.
Not anything I chased down or anything, but Archie Comics is a big part of comic history.
Yeah.
Without it, you wouldn't have your cherry Pop-Tart or what's it called?
Yeah, cherry Pop-Tart. I pick up the risque. If I see any Archie covers that are alluding to adult humor or risque, I pick those up. So that's what I collect as far as that goes. Typically, if you grab a risque Archie cover, it's usually a key. It's a pretty good rule of thumb. Sometimes it's not. They're not all, but most risque Archie covers are keys. Have some value. I just like them. I like the art.
Did you ever watch the what's it called, Riverdale? Isn't that what they called it? The TV show?
I never did see Riverdale. I never saw it.
Travis didn't see him.
It was good for one season. That was it.
That was it.
Yep. And then after that, they just went so far downhill. The first
like
season,
Sabrina got like 2 seasons with the more adult horror vibe or whatever.
The Riverdale like had 9 seasons or something like that. Had a bunch.
Mark, did your dad ever find that one issue of like the jokes or whatever he was looking for years ago?
Yeah, that was the Laugh Comics I was talking about. He did.
Oh, that's
and it was interesting. He didn't find it. Hoarder's Hide found it.
I mean, Hoarder's Hide probably found it in his closet with 14.
Probably. He has all of them, so he's like, But he very quietly, a package just arrived at Pop's house not long after that Heroes Con because he'd been looking for it for a long time before then. And like Pops would checks online at all the different, look on eBay, my comic shop, and it never popped up. He asked every single vendor, and we went through every single box at Heroes Con that year. Not one person had it. Numerous vendors have it, but it's back at the warehouse, or I have it, but it's back. Like, you could just say no, you know what I mean? No, I don't have it.
I mean, I tried looking for a little bit and then I forgot about it. It's a ghost of a book.
Yeah, he's after a first appearance of Tomahawk now, which is another unfortunate one because it's in like an old Golden Age Star Spangled Comics, which Tomahawk's first appearance gives it no inherent value, but being a Golden Age Star Spangled Comics gives it a value that Pops isn't a fan of paying. You know what I mean? He doesn't pay hundreds of dollars for books. He's like, I'll find that son of a bitch in a dollar bin somewhere someday. And that's what his life's proven to be true. You know, it doesn't matter what it is. If you're patient, you don't really give a shit. I'll get it if I get it for what I want to get it for. You'll eventually get it, or you'll just continue looking until you die.
Yeah, I mean, you'll get what you'll get, and you won't have a fit.
There are 2 books I'd love to figure out this year if I can, but I'm not sure if I'll be able to make it work.
Yeah,
One first Turok. that 4-color or whatever, 596.
Yeah, I'm after that as
So,
well.
and then First Space Family Robinson would be another one.
Ooh.
Nice painted covers. Good for you,
Yeah.
sir.
I'm liking those. Like those Golden Key Dell covers are just like the interiors are awful, but the covers are great. And
Get yourself some Magnus Robot Fighter.
I've got first Magnus. I've got first Dr. Solar. So I need the Turok to complete the Valiant trilogy reboot. You know, like that.
Yeah, one of the books that I've been hunting is an absolute ghost. I'm having trouble finding. There were initially I made a video talking about it, and there were like 3 copies on eBay. And right after I made the video, they were all gone, and I haven't seen any copies since. But it's Captain Marvel Adventures issue 38. It's Fawcett Comics. I think it's got Chattanooga Ghost on the cover. It takes place at Rock City Gardens here in Chattanooga. That's why I want it. But so hard to track down. 1940. I think it's 1947.
The ghost of a book that I'm searching for is it's a very meta comic book actually. It's called Justin Birch Letters a Book.
Oh.
I don't do enough of those, so they're hard to find.
The entire comic book is based on Justin Birch lettering a comic book, trying to battle with schooners that are in his way.
Not schooners.
Sailboats. Sorry, they were sailboats.
Yachts.
Yachts. Okay. Personal. Yeah. So those battles are crazy. And then, of course, just when he starts to overcome that, he has to fight against his arch nemesis, Stan Sakai. But when our hero is at his lowest point, his version of Mary Jane pulls a meatball sub out, and he finds the strength to go on to let her another day.
Plot twist: it's Stan Sakai who's telling me not to cover the yachts.
All part of his master plan to continue winning his awards.
Yeah, with the Yacht Rock soundtrack.
And Sledge, it's Laugh 130. That's it. Yeah, Laugh 130.
All right, I gotta go to Romania. I might be back. I might not. I don't know. We'll see.
All right, Rob.
You guys all have fun, and in the interim, as Justin Birch always likes to say, smoke bomb.
That's a pretty dope cover. Like the creature is drawn exceptionally well.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's
Clear
really
and present.
good. I could see why he would want that one. That's really cool.
And it doesn't come up often. There's one on eBay right now, Sledge. It's got 1 day and 5 hours left on the bidding. There's 10 bids already on it, and it's at $36. So people are actively watching for that book, and I'm going to put a little follow on that. I want to see what it goes for. 20 people are watching it. 10 bids are on
I gotta
it.
run. I gotta go break up with my boss.
All right, T-Dubs, record it.
Good luck.
Please.
Get a raise. How much was it going for? 36 at the moment?
It's got 10 bids on it, 20 watchers, over a day left, and it's already sitting at $36.
Oh man, it's gonna end over the weekend. Like that's
terrible. Good for the seller.
Yeah.
Look, it ends in 1 day and 5 hours. So it's ending at like lunch break on a Saturday where everyone's like right in the middle of the day where East Coast is up, West Coast is up. This is a professional seller right here.
There's no major sporting events going on at that time. Like the seller knew what they were doing.
Yeah, I want to look see if it's got any last sold data on it. Last one sold for $200, and the one before that last sold for $250.
Jeez.
Yeah, one sold in January, one sold in December. So and that's all. The rest of the books you can get for $1. Every single book in that run, over nearly 200 issues, all dollar books. Then there's just one anomaly. How it goes.
Yeah,
so Absolute Wonder Woman and Transfiguration. How you think that's working? You think she can turn into Dark Side?
eBay is cheating. I have to get it in a collection or it doesn't count. That's fair. That's how Pops feels. What's going on, PTT?
I will cheat all the time. I don't care.
Yeah, I go to eBay for stuff. I just that whole aliens conversation talking about the TV shows is apt. I just if y'all watch that members only video when I did that most recent like mega toy find, I found a lot of the aliens toys. Like I have a bunch already, but I found like the rest of them. I was able to acquire in one purchase the rest of them that I had as a kid.
Oh shit! Yeah, I saw some of that on Instagram.
Comics.
I think.
Yeah, what is it, Mike?
With the comics?
No. So not with the comics, but this collection had all the loose figures with all of their accessories with them as well. So I already had like a bunch
rare.
of them. Yes.
It's hard to get the accessories.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
They get lost. Kids lose them.
Yeah, so it was clearly an adult collector that got them at the time. So I got like a whole second bag of them. So it was a lot of the xenomorphs that I had as a kid, and I didn't get 100% of the ones that he had available that came in, but I got Bishop. I was missing Bishop. Like y'all remember how Bishop looked in the Alien movie, Lance Hendrickson and the Queen Alien rips him in half. Like this is how he was designed for the cartoon.
A futuristic robot. Yeah.
Oh, he looks cool.
So you knew he was an android, like distinct stuff on his head, but that's Bishop. He even has the sticker still on him that isn't worn off that says Bishop. But it's cool because the toy would even that was like the feature of this one was he came apart. You could see his inner workings.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's cool.
But I was able to get that and then a handful of the xenomorphs, which they did another thing that was really smart, kind of formatting it for an animated show. Is it was established before it was established in Alien 3 in the movie Alien 3 that the xenomorphs take on the shape of whatever the host is. Yeah. Before Alien 3, the hosts were only humans and aliens looked a certain way and no one really correlated they're bipedal, 2 arms because that's what their host is. It's just that's what the aliens looked like. But in Alien 3, they set the standard for it. It mimics its host with the 4-legged running alien. But the cartoon, the script for that, they knew what was coming for Alien 3 because it was set to air right before that. So all their toys, they were able to do multiple different aliens because they were just basing them on different animals. So you have like the standard alien, but then you'd have like
the gorilla,
a gorilla alien with the longer arms. They called this the leopard alien, but it's clearly just the alien from Alien 3.
Yeah.
And they just kept doing that. You had like a rhino alien, a bull alien, a snake alien, and it gave you the ability to make more figures that way. But when I got all
the king alien too.
Yeah, the king alien and the flying king alien.
These were Kenner?
Yeah, they were.
These are all Kenner.
Nice. They did both the Predator and Alien line.
Yep. Now this is how cool this like Lost TV show thing is because I got all these figures and I'm like I was aware of this thing existing and I'm like I need it because I had a couple of these as a kid, but I had them for other stuff. I had them for Ninja Turtles and I think a Masters of the Universe one. But I'm like, if I got all these figures, I need something to put them in.
Sweet.
Yeah, I never saw that. I had a lot of. I had almost all of it, but I don't think I ever saw the collector case.
Cool.
Look, it's got the header for the cartoon show that never came out. You can see there's Drake, who had the smart gun, him and Vasquez. There's Apone, who was the sergeant. But you can tell from the lineup on this toy box, it gives you an idea of who the prominent characters in the show were going to be. Because obviously they're going to put their main stars on this, and you have Drake, Apone, and Ripley on here. And even on the back,
they look more like the toys too.
Toy lines are identical to bad for spoiling
they do. Like Apone, he's got the yellow and green. It's dope.
Yeah, they're absolutely identical to the toys. Like Apone and all the Colonial Marines were just wearing like military gear, but he's got the metal attachment on the arm, the backwards hat, bugs no more. Like absolutely nailed it.
Yeah.
And you want to know the cool part is see if it has it. Still has the tray in it.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh,
sweet.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
a good
I think
case,
so.
man.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, I
But
never
there's
knew
not-
about the cartoon show. I always thought it was based off the comics that they came with. You know,
And it's all based off what they were working on with the cartoon. Yeah, I have found people that online they're easily accessible to go and get like someone who collected all the mini comics that they came with. So I plan on acquiring those. I want to put this whole set together proper. Now there's a couple of them like they went back after the toys were popular and they would repackage them and come up with more ways. They did a Hudson, they did a Vasquez, and they did a character called O'Malley who was original for the show and toy line. But those, because they came later and they're expensive. They're like $80 a figure. Hard to find them loose with their accessories, but you can find them mint on card. And if I pay $80 for a mint on card figure, I don't want to open it. So I'd rather find it loose with its accessories so I can put it with the rest of them.
True.
But yeah, it's cool stuff, man. Like the whole reliving your childhood is definitely one of my favorite parts about toys in general.
Yeah, absolutely.
They don't have any titties, Scotty, but they're still cool.
I mean, yeah, sometimes you got to have some stuff without titties to truly enjoy the titties when they come around.
That's fair. That is fair.
I love collecting the old stuff from my childhood. Hold on, let me grab one of my favorite childhood action figures.
Do it. Yeah, Justin, here's I got some of the Predator as well. I didn't have as many Predator growing up. That's Broken Tusk. Got a smart cannon and everything.
Yes.
But those were also Kenner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I even did the mail away special to get the glow in the dark, like invisible.
Oh yeah.
This was one of my
Took,
go-to
8
toys
months.
to play with when I was younger.
Old
I love
Nightcrawler.
Suction cups on him, right?
Yeah, the one I had as a kid was missing the tail. The suction cups were discolored. He didn't have the sword, but I found this like pretty minty on card at a flea market a couple years ago.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
I went back and I still have my Gambit from that series, but his jacket, that little plastic jacket, broke when I was a kid and everything. Obviously, it doesn't hold up to playing too hard, but I rebought Gambit mint on card at Heroes Con like over a decade ago.
Cool.
And then I got when they re-released those, the modern versions, I got the Gambit of it again, so I got both of them.
Yeah, that
was a great era for toys. Those
it really
toys
was
were insane.
It really was. Yeah, Toy Biz. That was a good Toy Biz wave.
I like that we're getting the retro version, like re-releases of them too. God, went to Target yesterday. And
those Secret Wars figures were cool.
Yeah, they were. Oh, I was looking at the Batman Forever retro, the re-release ones.
Hey, they look pretty cool.
They do, but it's also like a misstep.
Go ahead.
Missing the accessories is just, it kind of stands out.
Two-Face specifically.
Yes.
What did y'all hear about Mattel catching the DC rights?
I think it's very interesting considering that they lost it and then they got it back.
Will they make 6-inch scale figures?
Yes.
That's awesome. That's awesome if they do.
No,
That's
so
good.
it is and it's not. It's not if you want to mix them in with your McFarlane because
because they don't match up. That's my problem. McFarlane toy stuff doesn't match up with my Marvel Legends stuff.
And Hasbro are they done with Marvel Legends now?
I
don't
have
know.
no idea.
Yeah,
like the whole toy world has just shaken up, has just been dumped on its head in the last 6 months. Like all of it. It's crazy.
I just
see you.
It seems like it's too valuable of a property not to make figures of. Like they like as far as Marvel Legends go, I don't know. Like I hope they don't go the Playmates route. I don't think Playmates makes good toys.
Well, what is it? Spin Master still had rights to do DC figures and stuff like that. Like just even though McFarlane has like the DC
smaller
Multiverse line, he's not the only company making toys based off DC characters. And then you also had Mattel was still allowed to make like the kitty toys or something. So the whole thing is confusing. It's not a one person holds all rights kind of things. You know what I mean?
But it's
Mattel
if
still
you
has a
don't
license for DC on Hot Wheels and stuff too.
don't like if you don't actually use it after so many years, you could lose it though.
Well, this was a bidding war that they won. Like this is like,
okay.
you know, like you get the license for this much money for this long for this agreement. And then after that comes up, the toy company assesses the value, or DC would assess the value, and like who wants it? Who wants it now? Who's gonna pay us, you know, the most? And Mattel won. I guess it was a bidding war. I don't know. I saw where they looked at the numbers on like Mattel's like it's like they're a multi-billion-dollar a year toy company. Even without the DC rights these past few years, it only dropped like a single-digit percent, like very small percent not having them.
Well, look at what properties Mattel owns. They own Barbie,
Hot
Monster
Hot
High.
Wheels. Yeah,
Do they make Monster High?
Monster High.
So what I'm saying is DC is a small drop in the pan for them. So they were probably able to come in with that Oprah money. Like, we want this back. We're going to get it back because like DC's in like this modern renaissance phase, and they're looking at the possibilities of what could come with like this new movie universe, and a new generation's about to be introduced to superheroes for the first time. And the main thing that's going to be talked about or looked at will be DC, just like it happened with Marvel at the start of the MCU. There's a lot of possibility, but I just hope McFarlane keeps making his DC Universe line, because you know he has Marvel license for statues and sports stuff and movie stuff. Like, so I'm wondering what the specifics of the thing is. That's all I'm curious about.
Maybe it's like partial licensing or something, because Mattel's never stopped making like DC content stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Exclusive, like, you know, I mean, they haven't dropped figures, but they've still like, I mean, because I can go back and think, I mean, I even have some over here. They did the DC, I forget what they were called, but
that's
what
I was saying, they were allowed to do that stuff still. I forgot the name of that TV show.
Yeah, me too.
I've got that same figure though.
I love Supergirl. So I don't know how that works, because I mean they've continually put out Batman, and yeah, I mean as far as Hot Wheels and as far as Barbies and that kind of stuff goes. So I want to say maybe they're trying to acquire the sole license of it, which might shut off McFarlane.
Who put out those retro Batman Forever figures?
I think Kenner.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
that's a good question.
So many different companies are able to do this stuff at the same time.
Hasbro owns Kenner. Like, Kenner doesn't exist anymore.
Damn, I should have looked harder. I think it was.
So it's just like a branding at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe Mattel thought that they needed a foot in the door of like the, you know, I don't know, 8 to 13 boy demographic, and that's why they put so much money into reacquiring the license.
It's interesting. I mean, I've got a handful of their figures they did from the DC Universe line. They're cool figures. Dude, you're not McFarlane level quality though.
Yeah, but they're also like 15 years old.
If you look at McFarlane figures 15 years ago, I'd say the same thing. They're still not McFarlane level quality. No one's putting out McFarlane level quality for the price point. For what he charges, that's just the top quality.
Agreed.
I'll agree with you there. I will add to that though that Nacelle Toys, for the price point, Nacelle Toys is killing it with their Biker from Mars and all that.
Oh yeah. Those are crazy.
Man, for $35 you get a kick-ass toy and
the figure and the motorcycle, right?
Yeah, dude. The motorcycles as well. The motorcycles are like $35 as well, and they're really good quality. Hold on, man. I'll
grab some. Yeah, but McFarlane has the rights for Avatar figures as well, which I'm stoked. Yeah. It's an Avatar movie year this year, so hopefully we get like the obvious. If someone asks me what's the best toy you own, Like, not necessarily my favorite, but the best toy has got to be one of these Ikran, like that they fly on.
Look at that guy. If Hasbro made this, they would charge $60 easy.
You
easy.
wish, yeah.
Suction cup feet. Really
they would need your firstborn.
Let's see. We got
like the suction cup feet.
I know, man. We got the biker mice from Mars, complete with light up headlights on the bike.
Now, what? How much of that in your hand? How much did that set you back? Figure and
60.
total.
35 on the toy. 35 on the on Moto, and then 35 on the bike.
And that doesn't look like a 6-inch scale figure either. What are they?
7-inch, I believe.
And it lights up.
Who makes that?
Light up. They all light up.
That's the one. He's tough.
What company makes that?
Nacelle.
Nacelle Toys, and they're available online. You can pick these up at Walmart. Walmart's carrying them now, but they're available online. Nacelle Toys, and Nacelle Toys also sells Mark Spears trading cards on there. Oddly enough,
Isn't that Van Diesel's company? Doesn't he own Biker Mice from Mars?
That means we got to get Street Shark soon.
Yeah, I think I already saw that at one of the cons they had.
Yeah, they did reissues on those.
Here's Wrecker from RoboForce.
That's crazy.
Huge, just crazy. And then there's Garlu. This is a blue Walmart version. They got a Walmart exclusive blue Great Garlu.
I'm
$10
sad. I'm sad and happy that I don't collect toys anymore.
Dude. And I also have the Sectars. They've done two. They did Lord Dargon and Stellara from Sectars, and they're really cool as well. I got them on a different shelf, but for the price, Nacelle is killing it.
One thing I could say about McFarlane is the price point advantage, because that's why I've been sticking with Superpowers, because they stay within the $10, and then you can find them clearance for like $5. But it's not just that; like those Batman Forever figures, they were $10, you know. But not only that, but they have every at $10 increments, you can get a McFarlane toy. I mean, starting at really $5, you can get. But starting at $5, you can get a toy and go on up.
This is my dude. I love.
I've seen the Sectar ones. They're on those giant cards.
Hold on, I'll grab this.
I didn't see them.
I got them right here.
Scotty came prepared this morning.
He did.
And I don't mean to show off toys. I mean to get his steps in.
Yeah, man. I got to do it for Mark. I know Mark appreciates the toys, so.
Oh yeah.
There's Lord Dargon. Now, they did him in the original wave, but they did not do the female in the original wave. So a lot of the collectors are more after her. And she's got a flaw. There is a flaw to this that I've noticed. The kneecaps are weird when they bend. See how it...
No, that's not a big deal.
She's got 2 knees.
But other than that, man, these are fantastic toys. I think these are like 25 or 30. I don't think these are as much as the others, but dude, fantastic toys. Nacelle's killing it. I don't have any of the Moo. What's the? I can't remember the one with the. It was the Western with the cows.
Moo Mason.
Yeah, I don't have any of those.
Force.
And what's the first part of that?
George said they're putting out Biker Mice, Sectars, and Robin Force.
And Power Lords. They're doing Power Lords comics, but they don't have any. As far as I know, they don't have plans to do a toy line. But I would love to see a Power Lords toy line, because if you know anything about Power Lords, it was a sort of a failed toy line in the 80s. But it was cool, though. It was highly innovative for the time. The type of stuff that they attempted to do on the figures was pretty innovative for the time.
What was Power Lords? Describe it.
It's a regular mortal gets the power of... He gets just like this great power.
Does it really turn into these big ass monsters?
He turns into this like this blue looking dude. I wish I had the comic close by. I don't know. There's a YouTube video that explains it pretty well, but it was a failed 80s toy line. As far as the story, we're just kind of getting into it. So
Mattel's Motu, New Eternia Revelations are cheap money, but better quality than McFarlane DC. Bring on the Council of Batmans.
if I were gonna collect the He-Man stuff, I would just be like out to get the 80s.
The Masters of the Universe Revelations line you can find at Ollie's any day of the week for whatever reason.
They tend to end up there. They do.
For whatever reason, for reasons that He-Man Revelations show, like
big reasons.
People were big excited for, and there's fans of it out there.
Hey,
but
I love it.
Ultimately, it was not a success.
No, it wasn't. And it's either loved or extremely hated.
There's no in the middle.
Yeah, because we know some people in this community that extremely hate. I can think of Bleak, man. You mentioned He-Man around.
There's countless people that were upset by that show and the huge letdown that it was. And
I
the
think
figures
it's
are reflective of it.
It's another Andor situation where, like, I think everybody watched the first episode and they were like, "Oh, that's not my He-Man." They turned it off, but it actually gets like a ton better as it goes.
I heard the second half that came out later is like it becomes more what people might.
I watched it with my best friend, and it every episode it had like great cliffhangers. We loved it. I've gone
Just
back.
The first wave was that Ollie's success in numbers. Fans are split. If you show up to Ollie's, you were not a success. Like you might have sold some stuff, but that's literally the standard. That's literally the standard of being an Ollie's product. Is it was unsellable.
Yeah, dude, massive amounts of Eternal figures still sitting at Ollie's.
Yeah, they made a lot of them, and
again, there's fans out there. There's plenty of people out there that pre-ordered them before they dropped, that got them. But ultimately, if you're the person that produced those figures, you're like, oh, fiddlesticks. There's stuff that I like that ends up at Ollie's, just not a lot of it because I'm a DC guy. You're hard pressed to find DC shit at Ollie's. It's tough. I think like I haven't ever seen a McFarlane figure at Ollie's. I think they don't make it at it because there's stages to this, right? Like a figure comes out at full price in Target, in Walmart, whatever. Then that store will put it on reduced price or clearance before it leaves that store.
They'll attempt to clearance it, yeah.
Yeah, and if they can't clearance at your own store, then it gets Ollie'd.
Yeah.
But I don't think anything McFarlane's made it through clearance at a store that it's at.
It could also be like process returns from company like Walmart.
That's a good point too. Like who knows what the return policy is with these different companies like McFarlane, or because I don't think it's Walmart selling Ollie's their overstock. It's probably overstock that's returned to the company, and then that company can sell it off. So that might have a little bit to do with it.
Walmart doesn't have any problem clearancing out product and getting rid of it.
No, I had that clearance aisle that they put weirdly between the dog food and the garden section. In my wall, that's where they hide it. I'm like, you're trying to sell this stuff, quit hiding it.
They put the clearance aisles in the most odd places in Walmarts.
You're ashamed of it. Hide it over here.
And there's no designated section of the store. Any Walmart you go into, it's going to be in a different weird spot.
Yeah.
It is. I've only been to one Walmart where it was actually in the front of the store. It was so weird having it in the very front. Like as you walked in, it was like, oh, the clearance aisle's right here. No,
making sense is not the Walmart way.
No.
They like to tell you they're rolling back prices, but they don't like to do it.
No, they don't know what a good clearance price is. The days of manually clearancing stuff out are over. It's all set on a system, and it's not a very good one.
Sledge, they have that same figure at the same price at Walmart, and it's been there for like 4 months, 5 months. Like Walmart actually has a couple figures with Walmarts near me that are like $3, $4. They're not figures that appeal to me, but I mean, like some Star Wars Black stuff, some
the creeper aisle. Yeah, exactly. They're not ashamed of their product. They just don't want to show off their customer base that frequents that aisle. That's what it is.
I wonder how Ollie's gets the omnibuses. They do get good omnibuses from time to time.
Which one?
Ollie's.
Oh, Omnibus. Yeah. They get, man. Books are a whole different animal, right? You can find some straight up gems for collected volumes at Ollie's.
You really can.
I guess it's harder to gauge, like, because they don't really do pre-sales and release dates like for books like they do for movies or for collectible figures. So they just have to like speculate on how many to print. It might end up with more.
I always just assumed there was a release day for books, for new books.
have a release date, but there's not like that. You know, like with figures, you have people tracking when's this wave coming and putting in pre-sales, and stuff sells out at a pre-sale level at stores, and you don't see that with trade paperbacks or hardbacks. I mean, obviously with some omnibus you do for sure. There's a huge omnibus market. Like that's like the specific Marvel omnibus that all match and all that stuff. But I think books are harder to gauge.
Okay.
I don't know. Could you do you keep up with any specific omnibus or collected volumes of old stuff releases that you could already acquire through a different, like this isn't the first time it's reprinted or collected. It's just the first time it's collected in this cover or this year kind of thing. I don't know.
Not typically. I can't afford it.
Yeah. Those things are expensive as hell. I only have one omnibus. I got that amalgam one.
I mean, I have a lot of I'm sorry, Mark. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, you're good.
I was just gonna say I have several collected hardbacks, but I only have 3 omnibuses.
Which ones?
Excalibur Volume 2, Luke Cage Volume 1, and Black Panther: The Early Years Volume 1.
Nice.
All Ollie buys.
I was about to ask full price purchases or scores.
All $30 Ollie's buys.
That's insane.
I wish we had an Ollie's near here.
Well, if you would have found a job down here, T-Dubs, you would have had multiple
Ollies. I actually looked for a few around Augusta, but there was nothing that was really up my arena.
Yeah.
I did apply to be the communications director for the city of Atlanta. I never heard back on that one.
Oh, man.
You should have looked for a job at the Augusta National.
It's about an hour and a half south of me, Atlanta.
Scotty, you coming to Heroes?
Man, I wish I could. I've had so many car problems this year, and now I've got job issues. So no, not this year.
You know that $400 a week comic habit would go pretty far to fixing the car.
Well, okay, the car's fixed. I'm lucky enough to where I have an uncle who is a great mechanic, so that situation got fixed. I just had to shell out a lot of money to do so. A little bit less than it would have been though had I went to just any old stranger or any old mechanic.
Yeah.
I saved a lot of money there, but it still cost a lot. And now, like, I'm dealing with my new comic book day pickups are going to slim down a lot going forward the next couple of weeks because I am in the middle of changing careers. So
good luck on that. I can empathize.
Yeah.
What are you changing it to? Male porn star?
Well, I'm hoping that goes well. I'm on Blue Chew, so I'm hoping that'll work for me. If not, then I don't know.
I've been doing it all wrong. I've been getting naked on Blue Sky. They frown on that.
There's a difference?
Apparently.
Yeah.
Well, I just told my soon-to-be former boss I was quitting, and she's like, "Yep, don't blame you." So she's like, as soon as you said you wanted to talk on the phone, she's like, "I knew that's what it was." And I'm like, "Listen, I'd stick around if you gave me a $15K raise and let me work remotely." She's like, "Yeah, no." Like, she's like, I can't do it. And she's like, "But you are gonna be part of the conversation about how we can't keep talent at the company because we don't pay enough." I'm like, well, there you go.
Well,
so moral victory, I guess.
Yeah, listen, it's a victory for me. I don't really give a shit about them.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. I'm really happy for you.
Thanks, bud. I was sort of in the same field as like what Carolyn used to be doing, and there's some morally questionable things about it. So, not at all. I know Caroline. Like, she's much smarter than I am, and she did all the sciencey shit.
Yep.
I place Facebook ads to get people to take drug studies, like
take this, and if you grow hair in funny places, let us know.
We'll pay you and then give you a razor.
Yeah, Caroline does very scientisty stuff at, I think, Vanderbilt.
You got a raise? Nice to go. Nicely done, Wellbore.
Super smart.
Anybody have any big fun plans for the weekend?
I have to work this weekend, unfortunately. So I have today off. I'm just chilling. The kids are going bowling, so I'm kind of jealous about that. So while I'll be running around, running dogs. They'll be a quarter of the mile down the street having the time of their life without me.
How's your bowling skills?
Oh, terrible. And I'm not saying this jokingly, right? So me and the wife have taken the kids bowling multiple times. They've beaten us every time we went. Now they do that thing that where you put the stand at the end of the lane, you put the ball on it, and you push it down so it'll go on its own.
Yeah.
But I kid you not, me and the wife, we're bowling, like not trying to lose, and the kids are just doing their thing. You know, you aim the stand and you just push it. They both legitimately beat us each time.
Bowling is one of those sports that if you're really good at it, I'm kind of worried about you.
Yeah, dude, you seen the clip of the guy in the actual competitive league? Like he hits the strike and he pulls his pocket on his shirt is Velcro. And if he gets excited, does his little two-gun salute, then he pulls his pocket down and flashes his nipple.
Yeah, it's
like
all the Big Lebowski when it boils down to it. It's like you don't fuck with Jesus, man.
That's not real. That was from Kingpin.
I think it was real, bro.
There's no way that was real.
Was it Bill Murray? If not, it was real.
Yeah, exactly. It was not Bill Murray. This actually tracks exactly.
Yeah, that actually does track Kyle. Yeah, it all makes sense.
You're supporting team.
That was the final piece to the personality puzzle with Kyle. Is your bowling ball like an eyeball, or is it like a human heart encased in glass? You know,
both. They're both.
Yeah. Speaking of which, did you guys ever read the series The Bowler when it came out like last year?
I missed that one.
It's one of the guys from Brooklyn Nine-Nine, and I can't remember who the co-writer was. It was actually a really good series.
I think I remember hearing good things about it.
Like it was just a bowler versus fascism in a small town. Like he had trick bowling balls and stuff. It was a really fun series.
Yeah, I remember hearing things about that.
Purple. I can see that too, Kyle. Yeah.
Oh, it's purple. Y'all remember Mystery Men with Ben Stiller?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
And,
underrated movie.
Yeah. Who was it that played the bowler? What actress was that? She had her father's skull in her.
Oh, Janine Garofalo, right?
Yeah. That was awesome. Carmine the bowler.
And Tom Waits was the guy, the equipment guy.
And you had William H. Macy as the shoveler.
Yeah, and Ben Stiller is the mad guy. He
Yeah,
got angry.
Something Mr. Fury or something like that.
Yeah.
It was great how they went to go rescue the real superhero, and in the midst of arguing and trying to figure out how to rescue him, they killed him.
Yeah. It was based on like some indie comic that had whole different characters and stuff from the 80s. I can't remember. That was a fun movie.
Love Mystery Men.
I want to rewatch that one now. Oh, yeah, Pee Wee Herman in it too.
Oh,
yeah,
I love
Explain.
Paul Rubin.
Oh, and Greg Kinnear, and yeah.
I'm a big fan of Paul Rubin.
Mr. Furious, the shoveler.
Nick Azaria. I forgot about everybody that's in there.
Yeah, the Blue Raj.
Rumor has it y'all have the same VHS collection.
Yeah.
I mean, it had Jeffrey Rush as, you know.
That's true. They had a lot of good people.
Casanova Frankenstein. I mean,
That's right. I forgot about that.
Casanova freaking Frankenstein. And he was driving around in that like elongated pimp mobile.
Yeah. Eddie Izzard was in it, right? As one of his good.
Yeah.
Dude, it's all coming back to me now.
Greg Kinnear is
Dude,
what's
I
his
forgot
face?
it. Eddie Izzard is a funny motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
If you watch their stand-up, man. Like
I forgot who the name of the actual superhero was. Captain Amazing or something like that.
Because that's Greg Kinnear, right?
Amazo. Yeah.
I forgot what it's called, but he had all the sponsor decals.
Yeah. The Invisible Boy. Yeah,
that was Kel.
Invisible.
Keenan and Kel.
You could only turn invisible.
Oh, that's right. It was only
Couldn't
invisible
see
if
him.
they're totally naked.
If no one was looking.
When no one was looking.
That's right. Yeah.
The Blue Raj or whatever.
Tank Azaria.
Yeah, he threw forks, spoons, and forks.
I mean, there should be like a list of like, here's something for your channel, Mark. A list of like 10 underrated non-Marvel DC comic movies.
There you go.
There's some good ones out there.
I was hoping we get a sequel to it, and we'd get like Concrete and the Flaming Carrot and the Tick and stuff like that.
Yeah, dude, Concrete, such an underrated and unmentioned series.
Concrete is a great series.
Yeah, it was. I love Flaming Carrot too.
I never read too much. I picked up a Flaming Carrot Gumby.
You've never
cover.
seen it, Kyle? It's worth watching.
It's good. He's so weird.
I've got a Flaming Carrot #1 around here somewhere.
I grabbed an Amazing Heroes preview the other day with it was Arthur Adams doing Gumby and Flaming Carrot on the cover.
Nice.
All right. You say Gumby and Flaming Carrot?
Yep.
Oh, that's really cool.
It was in '87 when Arthur Adams
like the '90s indie comics. Like they are so goddamn weird.
Yeah.
Like.
Well, this was in '87 when Arthur Adams was
doing.
Okay,
'80s. Okay, '80s, '90s. Sure, I'll give you '80s as well. But like
he was already doing all the Gumby covers anyway. So.
Well, they were all just kind of like a transition from the weird ass underground shit, and now indie comics are just superhero comics that aren't licensed by Marvel. You know, like
majority. Yeah, Tank Girl. Tank Girl was like.
Tank Girl was fun. That movie was not good, but
no.
I've never watched that.
It's not good.
It's got
it was good for
Ice T.
Time. It was okay for its time, but not the comic. It was not the comic.
Put A-Tax together.
Sweet.
Yeah, with the alien gear, that was one of my favorite parts. Is them putting on the alien armor.
This was definitely not in the movie. You know what I mean?
No.
Oh, that's awesome.
We kind of got that in Alien vs. Predator with their shield or whatever, kind of.
Yeah.
Like, why has that not been a thought in any of the movies? Like, you know, the blood doesn't damage their armor. Maybe we should use some of it.
You think scientists would have been on top of that one?
They're trying to, use them as machines. Okay.
If they can put freaking laser beam on raptors for Jurassic Park, they could have gave us some laser beams on aliens sooner. That's just me.
True.
Do we need Xenos with laser beams?
Freaking laser beams.
Freaking laser. I'd want a jetpack. Just give me a Xeno with a jetpack and I'd be good. Just have him fly around.
Yeah, against its will. it's just thrashing. Trying to get the jetpack off.
Remember that scene in Jason X where they had him locked up and they were doing all the death experiments on him? I envisioned they had the alien in there with the jetpack. They're like, yeah, let's try a jetpack.
Dude, I forgot how to make this one blow up. It's just like maybe whoever had it before me glued it or something.
As I remember, it was always their back, something on their back.
Well, I can see where the little button is right there at the base of his tail, but it doesn't do anything. It's almost like it's
maybe they jammed it.
Yeah, it's almost like it's jammed, possibly. Lee J. Dinks.
What up, dogs? I heard Jason X, and I had
I got it.
Jump on immediately.
Jason X.
That's legit. I'm not even joking. That's my jam.
I love
dog.
Jason X. You talk about a bad movie that's super good. I mean, it comes out of left field, especially if you watch that franchise in order. But then when you get there, it's so worth it. There's so many great scenes in that movie.
It's amazing, and for people to say it's bad, it makes me want to do acts of violence on them.
Yeah, I too am a Jason X fan. I got the shirt last Halloween.
Yeah, you do.
I ordered
I got the undies.
I got it from Cavity Colors. It's a great company.
It's better than Maniac Cop.
Fuck this about, man.
They're coming for blood today, DJ.
What's going on? What's going on, gentlemen? Scotty, Justin, Taylor Winder.
What's up?
What's up? How was your call with your boss?
It was good. I mean, she's
Excellent.
like, yeah. As soon as you said you wanted to schedule a phone call, she's like, I knew it was coming.
Yeah. That's like if if your girl talks, says, "Hey, we need to have a talk." It's like that's
Yeah, exactly. It's never a good talk.
Yeah,
you're in for it.
And she's like, "I'm sad for you, but I get it." She's like, "Nothing's changed in your role in the 2.5 years." And like, she's like, "I can't give you more money. I'm not authorized." I'm like, "Well, yep, bye."
Gotcha. That's cool, man. Congrats. I'm happy for you.
Yeah,
happy
thank you.
that you're
Appreciate it.
possibly coming to Heroes Con too, which is awesome.
Yeah, that's it. It's just free, like you're not having to. It gives me a little bit of breathing room. I'm not exactly paycheck to paycheck. I'm not gonna be rich by any means, but like I can maybe start saving a little bit of money. So
yeah,
Let me rich in spirit, and that's what counts.
Yeah.
Until you get hungry, then it doesn't.
I don't know.
fucking
Rich in
matter.
reality is sometimes better than rich in spirit.
Yeah.
Knowing that.
Then you have to snack on your spirit.
Yeah.
It doesn't work out well.
Or you can just be
Not
like a
really.
spirit vampire, like Elon Musk.
There you go. I was you were in that chat. I'm like, since that chat now more than ever, I'm excited to see what superpowers his 13 children materialize. Hasn't been revealed yet.
I'm for the rest of us who are lost.
Yeah, me too.
It was just a funny conversation. Me, T-Dubs, and Caroline will go on a tangent of just having fun, just saying random shit. And the Elon conversation came up, and about how he's got all those kids, and it just made me think like they're going to have to materialize powers. And one of them suggested they're probably some of the first Neuralink users, quite possibly.
They had to implant them as babies.
Doge's on their way to T-Dub's house. Watch
If
out
you
for
want to
Big
watch
Balls.
a
He's going to come
conversation,
audit you.
just Google like Elon's dad and parenting, because like his dad has some really interesting ideas about it as well.
Such as
some weird stuff.
Like women are just to make babies, and like he talks about how he was
Wow.
78 and he married his stepdaughter and like had kids with her, and like I mean it's
oh shit,
it's a trap. I mean
it's a trap.
Oh damn! Back to Jason X.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Justin, check your DM.
Yeah, Doge can come get me more. It's fine.
The other day at work, this is a true story. I know I said I embellish a lot of stuff for entertainment purposes, but
so we don't believe you, but tell us your story.
So when
sweet
the simplest form of like conversation at work is, what are you working on? I hate that shit.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's nice. These are the ones you got from Dead Media?
I've had this one for a while. This is one from Dead Media. This is the first 2-pack they did. The AVP 2-pack was just a traditional Predator and Alien.
Do you have the original McFarlane 2-pack that they dropped? The first AVP stuff they ever did?
No, not from McFarlane. No.
I don't know if I've seen it.
So DJ, did you make everybody under you give you like a list of 5 reasons of 5 things they did last week?
No, so I'm in the office. So our office is like skeleton crew all the time because we haven't returned back to the office. It's hybrid. And the former managing partner, who's now on the food chain, I'm higher than, which is hilarious. So he comes in and he was just like, "Hey, how was your weekend?" I was like, "Fine." "How was yours?" "Fine." Then he goes, "What are you working on?" I was like, "Okay, Elon Musk." And he was like, "I don't understand it." And I was just like, "Just forget it, man."
They're all in there.
That's dope.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, they all fit in there?
Bro, they all fit in there nicely. The aliens, the Predator, the Queen Alien.
Very cool.
You need that first McFarlane 2-pack, dog.
Send me a picture of it.
Your Google's broken.
The vehicles don't fit in there, Scotty.
Power loader.
Nice.
Ooh,
oh, sweet.
Get away from
power loader.
That's awesome.
And then you got the
that I never had. I did.
Yeah, I didn't have this one as a kid, but I'm like, I'm an adult now.
Yeah, have it as an adult.
I don't even know if I ever saw that in stores as a kid.
Yeah. Now this is the only one that I like as a kid. Like, oh, I wish I had the power loader.
We had that.
Yeah, that looks
power. The box that the power loader came in was pretty cool.
But yeah, I was happy to pick this one up. There's only now they do have the drop ship like the airplane toy that comes with like the container where it can fly over and just you can lower it, and the container has like a bottom that you just go over and contain an alien. I've had mine from my childhood that I still have, so I didn't have to rebuy that. But I bought the tank, and there's only one more vehicle out there that exists for it that they made. And this one, like, it's almost like another tank thing, but it's just like treads and a stand-up gunner position for one figure. But this one, you get one driving and one in the turrets. It's really cool.
That's awesome.
Super cool.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah, that's sick.
That's so dope, bro.
Even the border going around it, that like slime dripping.
Yeah, from the
It's like
TV
it's in a
show that
cave.
never was. And there's the drop ship up here, drawn like the movie, not like the cartoon, mind you. That's wild.
That's super cool.
Ripley, Apone, and Drake.
Shout out to Apone.
And
Wakes
there's
up out
the
of
bull
cryo sleep. Just,
alien.
oh,
The bull alien, which they made the toy of.
that's cool.
Nice.
Standard scorpion alien.
Yeah, I'm definitely a man child.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's man, what a great get that
Can
one.
confirm.
Mrs. Lynx, I joined this live stream, so don't come at me with your bullshit.
Unless you got the corn muffins.
No, that's just my let's just say don't walk behind me. Wow.
What do you got going on today, DJ?
I'm super busy with work. That's why I wasn't able to jump on earlier. I'm just a lot of stuff. I hate having to depend on people for stuff. So I had something that we were supposed to roll out. The particulars are, it's not even important, but we were supposed to roll out October 1st. It is
You're
February
late.
28th. Yeah. So I'm finishing up some last stuff, and then I have to sit back and wait for this other person to go in and add their pieces to it. And it's just like
That's unfortunate.
having to explain things to people a million different times. It's super frustrating. Work stuff. Other than that, we got in the mix tonight. I'm gonna go get a cut later. I don't know, regular boring life stuff. I'm excited for tomorrow for the Elimination Chamber. You cats watch wrestling? Any of you cats?
Did you watch the new episode of Drewski?
No, I haven't watched the new episode of Drewski yet.
That's the real Elimination Chamber.
I'm gonna call you
Young-
Daddy Yankee.
Yo, Young MA, he gets Young MA to come in because they're doing a stud.
Ooh.
They're doing a stud check.
Yo, but it's crazy.
He's like, so I need a stud, the stud.
Yeah, we were watching it. Madeline was all like, I don't understand the stud thing. I was like, I don't understand it either. This shit is hilarious.
It goes back to Could Have Been House when he did the making a band thing. So like the stud that was in there, that's just how he just separated and elevated through comedy her presence.
Up.
What's up, Busy?
Busy?
And then he's leaned into this thing like he has like a soft spot for studs.
Yeah, that shit is hilarious.
Like I'm into women that are into women that ain't gonna be into me.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell is going on?
So DJ,
For those
what
that
do you
don't know,
think?
Drewski is like an online comedic genius. Like he's a super
Yeah, yeah.
creative. He writes skits, he acts in them, he's hilarious. He's a genuine good dude.
And these aren't just like internet skits. These are like TV programs just on YouTube. Like the level of like budget and filming, and it's exactly like one of those old school VH1 shows, like Flavor of Love, filmed the
Yeah.
exact same way.
So he's done all kinds of stuff. Like he's done like TSA skits and doctor's office skits. But what he's done is he's leaned into like different characters that he's played, and one of them is the CEO, like pretty much Birdman. He's like clowning on Birdman pretty much.
I've seen those. Yeah. Never been, could have been records.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's got a new one out. He enjoyed watching Flavor of Love and all those VH1 dating shows back when he was younger. So he made one. Like, this guy's like, I like this, so I'll make it. So the CEO is back and he's looking for love. And he found, you thought Flavor Flav had the ratchet bunch? Nah. Drewski's like, I hold my beer.
Yep.
Flavor of Love was the shit, man.
It was awesome. I Love New York was entertaining. Rock of Love was great. Like
Rock
all
of Love.
those VH1 smut shows were amazing. when me and Kyle first got married and got our first house together.
That's how you guys met.
Yeah, smut. But that's what we called him, Scotty. This is not a direct shout out to you, but we called it smut programming because we moved in. We didn't have cable. We had the one TV. It was in the bedroom, and all we could watch was free streaming services. At the time, that was just Tubi, and all Tubi now has a insane catalog. You wouldn't believe what's free on that thing.
Yo, Tubi's the shit, dog.
Yeah, back then it was B-rated movies, Oscar winners from the 1980s, and VH1 shows.
Oh shit, they got Izzy.
What the hell?
It comes on the camera regularly.
Yeah, that forehead hair combination is wild right now.
Izzy, you got yourself muted, just FYI.
No, it was a short. Look.
He's back.
The system that causes a short. So
DJ Links and Evil Mike. What a selection of great people. But yeah, the VH1 shows, we went through all of them. Here's a crazy thing. Y'all remember in Rock of Love there was a contestant named Megan. She was like the final three in season 1.
Yeah,
and, she was so popular and so well received. Like just like with New York, Flavor of Love went. New York was popular. She got her own show. Rock of Love went. Megan got popular, and she got her own show called Megan Wants a Millionaire.
Yeah,
they got the guys that come in. They filmed the whole show. They aired a few episodes.
They only had 3
cut
episodes.
it off and rip it off TV because one of the contestants murdered his girlfriend to go to the show. Murdered her, left her in a dumpster, went and filmed the show, and they found the body, investigated, and arrested him as he came back.
Wasn't it Taylor Made that was on I Love New York?
I don't know.
I think it was
I'm
Taylor
not
Made.
sure. But they had a whole crime conspiracy thing go down. So
yeah, I'm still waiting for episode 4.
Still waiting. Check Rumble. Maybe someone posted it all to Rumble.
Dude, Tombstone is on Tubi. I gotta see. I gotta go. Okay.
Oh no! In all reality, though, they got like Blue Beetle is over there. I made a comment about that last Tuesday. How like new stuff gets put over there. It's wild.
And Tubi released their first finance movie starring Peter Dinklage. It's like a Western.
Oh, I thought you were talking to Toxic Avenger.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
August.
Yeah, but they got some newer stuff like Passengers, White House Down.
Mm-hmm.
They got some good classics on there, like The Sandlot and.
Mm-hmm. They got Predator, AVP 2.
The Jeremy Corbell documentary. I think there's 2 seasons of it. 3 episodes, 2 seasons, which was pretty good.
They got White Chicks on there.
There you go. Prey. The brand new Predator movie, Prey, is on there.
There's something that just released. I saw an advertisement. It's going straight to Tubi. Like after it's done with this theatrical release. I can't remember what it is, but it's going straight to. It has some deal with Tubi.
Training Day is on there.
Oh,
nice.
Classic.
They also have Dune Part 1 and Shazam. This is a free app.
Dune's on.
And
Dune's on there.
They'll throw in a 30-second commercial probably like every 45 minutes.
Yeah, but everyone does now.
Yeah. But it's just worth it. Like Tubi's so cool, man.
Despite their best efforts, I'm one of the idiots that I just keep increasing my subscription to avoid commercials, and the commercials keep chasing me. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Like they won't even give you an option. It doesn't make sense.
So we just what did we just do? So we just switched to Verizon Fios. So they included Netflix for a year and another thing for a year, but it's like the one with the commercials, and we was like, nah, we don't want it. And they was just like, but it's free, and I was like, nah, we're good, dude.
No, it's not. It's costing me my sanity.
Yeah, I'm fine paying for not watching 30 seconds of commercials every 45 minutes that I just advocated for a few minutes ago. So I am a hypocrite.
Yeah. Well, Tubi is actually free. Like you're paying for that shitty Netflix with the service you're getting. It's in addition to what you're paying. You're not happy with it, don't do it. Tubi doesn't have a paid commercial-less option.
To be or not to be.
Scotty, what streaming services do y'all keep on deck at your house?
Hulu, Netflix, Disney Plus, Paramount Plus. I think Max. I think we have Max right now, and that's it.
I was this week years old when I deleted Hulu off my phone as an app because I clicked on it, went to go into it, and it was like, "No, screw off." I'm like, "What's happening right now?" It wouldn't let me sign in, so I'm like, "Wait a minute." So I opened Disney, opened just fine, and I clicked the Hulu tab, and there's Hulu. So I'm like, "Oh, they integrated, and now it's actually kicked me from my Hulu account and wasn't letting me sign in." So that's a lot of money that they're paying to keep both of those up independently when they've done integrated Hulu in. So I guess I just hit a point where it's like, yeah, no, go through the Disney app. It's all one thing.
Yeah, I was able to just get it to the Hulu app with no problem. And if anybody was concerned, the life and murder of Nicole Brown Simpson is on the front page.
They're still after her killer. Still after her killer. He's still out there.
Yeah, they will get him one day. Yo, speaking of killers, did you see that they announced who was Jack the Ripper through DNA testing?
Yeah, through DNA stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see it.
So Jack the Ripper.
You wouldn't know him if we said his name because I don't even
so
remember.
It was just some
Could be a
dude.
cousin.
But the funny part is he was a barber, and that's what Sweeney Todd is based off of. Jack the Ripper. They just made him a barber in Sweeney Todd, but he was an actual barber. So some dude, which is super morbid, some dude won one of the victims her like shawl at an auction, and then he sent it to get DNA tested because it had blood and all kinds of.
But here's the
stuff on
thing:
it.
like, why did they have the barber's DNA on file?
That's a good. Oh, so they didn't have the. That's a good question. So it wasn't on file. He was at the time they didn't have the term person of interest, but he was a person of interest. They just didn't have that term. So they suspected him, but back in the day it was just like,
they just cut off his ear just in case.
Yeah, hey, did you kill?
We need a DNA sample. There goes the ear.
No, they were just like, hey, did you kill these people? And they're like, no. Okay, you're free to go. That's how it was back
Checked out. He said no.
Yeah, exactly. She's not a witch. Burn her anyway. So then they followed his lineage because he was always a person of interest, along with some other people. And then they did the DNA testing on his ancestors, and then it traced back to that DNA that was on the shawl.
That's pretty interesting.
DNA.
That's super cool.
Izzy was offended that his boy was arrested finally, and that's why he backed out.
What are you talking about?
You're a big Jack the Ripper fan. I know you.
Oh yeah, he's my favorite guy in the world. You know what I'm saying?
Nice, awesome.
I'm having a printer issue where my black ink isn't working properly, but yet I have black ink, so I'm going back and forth trying to make sure this works.
Do color bleed variants?
Yeah, not when you're trying to ship a package.
Oh, I actually have to print out one of my labels now that you said that. I totally forgot.
T-Dubs, what streaming services do you keep on hand, or do you rotate one
I've
around?
got Netflix, but I'm probably gonna get rid of it because I just don't watch anything on it. Amazon Prime.
This is it. Look at the label.
Disney, Hulu. And that's it right now. I'm gonna get Paramount Plus eventually. Just binge watch them.
Yeah, I was gonna zoom in.
You're gonna get Paramount Plus what?
Just to binge. I need to binge watch Landman and
Landman.
But I'm gonna probably wait till the next season of I got Apple TV too. I forgot about Apple TV, which I love.
Dude, I've been on a hiatus from my normally scheduled programming ever since Apple decided to regain their sanity. Like, if your goal is for people to watch your platform, limiting your platform is stupid.
Yeah.
But ever since they unlocked it again, I've
made an
been
Android app and
binging
stuff,
through
yeah.
Mythic Quest.
How is that?
It's funny.
All right. It's more than that. Like, I don't even want to say this because it'll run DJ off, because he's very closed-minded when it comes to a certain Apple TV original TV
I know,
show.
he hates Severance.
Well, I haven't started that yet. I was waiting because I just hadn't been in the mood to like focus like that. But
what
Mythic
Apple TV
Quest
show do I?
is from
Severance.
you know which one?
Severance.
No, not
No,
Severance.
I'm watching Severance.
Yeah, he refuses to watch good programming just because he has a stick
Oh,
up his
that
ass.
one. I'm out.
But Mythic Quest does not feature that actor in it, so he might be okay. Mythic Quest is such a well-balanced show of like comedy, writing, and just random ass dramatic hits where you're just like, yo, you soften me up. I've been chuckling along and smiling for this episode. then you just made me flash back to my like childhood or a relationship or something. It's so freaking good, but it's hilarious at the same time. If you like It's Always Sunny, it's great. Like I started it months ago and then they shut me out. And when I came back to it, it was even better because I kind of had a feel for it, an idea. Because I'm a diehard It's Always Sunny fan. So at first it felt like I was suffering from expecting it to be more like It's Always Sunny. But dude, I love it.
Have you watched Shrinking on there?
I haven't. My wife has watched all of it though. She loves it.
It's great too. I mean, the Apple does not have the quantity at all, but like even their crappiest shows are still better than most of the shit on Netflix. It's like
their marketing is terrible because
it's non-existent. I think.
Yeah, it's like
I don't think they give a shit about making money on it, except for like when things randomly become a hit. They're like, "Oh yeah, Severance. Yeah, we were behind that all along."
That movie, The Gorge, that they just put out, that was an original, was super duper solid. I liked it a lot.
Super
duper solid, and it put up major streaming numbers for
it.
them.
Was super duper solid. I really
haven't seen that, but the other one they did with Brad Pitt and
Wolves.
Clooney wasn't bad either. Wolves or whatever.
Yeah, I was gonna watch Mythic Quest when I was searching for it. So you know how they have the top 10 shows. So I was scrolling for it, and then it was right next to Ted Lasso, and I just broke my TV.
That's the one, Taylor. He refuses to watch.
I figured, yeah.
I hate Ted Lasso.
I've only seen season 1 of
Ted Lasso.
I really liked it, but it's
he hates Jason Sudeikis.
Hey, Jason Sudeikis.
Right there with you, DJ. I don't hate Ted Lasso, but I won't.
Oh, but Ted Lasso's awesome.
Ted Lasso, that show's a 9 out of 10. Like it would be a higher score, but the final season.
Slow Horses on there with Gary Oldman, fucking fantastic.
So what did Jason Sudeikis do to you?
He took it. That's who took his corn muffin, is he?
I'm not going to relive this story, sir. I've said it too many times, and every time I say this story, I die a little inside.
It's a muffin story.
Yes.
Taking a corn muffin is that a euphemism for losing your anal virginity?
No, he would be less offended.
I wish, Taylor. I wish.
It's deeper and darker than
your corn muffin. Okay, I get that.
What's up,
forget about Jason Sudeikis. One of the most random celebrity encounters that I've ever encountered. Izzy, how well do you know the city? Like
what was
Manhattan?
that?
How well do you know Manhattan, like the Lower East Side?
Oh, I know all of Manhattan.
So do you know is it Ribbons Fried Chicken on 2nd Ave and it's close to Toy Tokyo. It's right by the end. Anyway, so it's right there. So then we go in to get some fried chicken and freaking Michael Shannon.
Oh, it was General Zod.
Michael Shannon.
Michael Shannon was
The Great Gatsby from the night before.
Yeah. Drunk out of his mind in the fried chicken thing, and he looks every bit of mean as he does on TV. He was there and nobody was even mad. Everybody was walking in and looking at him, and he was just like, "Yeah, I'll take another." Like just drinking wine, like in the fried chicken spot. Michael Shannon. I was like, "Holy shit!"
That's a great Jason Sudeikis story.
Yeah,
yeah. I met Jason Sudeikis during the strike last year. Took a photo and that was it.
I guess you got to be nicer when you're unemployed. DJ met him when he was fully employed.
Yeah, maybe. He was doing the picketing lines.
Yeah, Kev says the same thing. They don't promote their shows at all. Yo, what's weird is I feel like they promoted Monarch when it was coming out.
They don't need to.
They did.
Yeah, we all get that. It's like Amazon Prime. They kind of they have so much money. They don't need their streaming services to work. They just do them for fun.
I really do think they wait and see until if it becomes a hit, then they promote it.
So
they're promoting Severance all over the place now, but they didn't.
Yeah, Severance is getting promoted, but I think it has everything to do with the money. They just want people using their devices.
Yeah, and it's
they have something for it.
I think it's like Taylor.
Yes, because that was my problem, right? Izzy? Because they shut me out. Like I could only watch it on a television. If I went on my web browser on my phone, even like the regular internet, you could go to the website. You couldn't push anything. Like you put your finger on it, it would light up, recognizing you're touching it, but wouldn't play anything. You could sign in and it wouldn't do nothing.
I hardly realized that they're morons
and I don't know, dude. This sounds like a Mark problem.
It was a Mark problem because I'm on a nice Samsung phone. I don't want an Apple phone.
There you have it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They locked it out. They locked you out of using it except on Apple devices and televisions. So like if you have a Samsung TV, an LG TV,
Mark, all
whatever,
it is a
TV, you
tariff.
can
Why do you hate
access
it so
it on your
much?
television, just
Tariff.
not on a device other than an Apple.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so when you buy an Apple device, you get a year service of Apple
Yeah.
TV. That's how
But
much they don't care about Apple
You
TV.
also
They
get the
just have it as
garbage Apple
something.
Arcade that nobody's ever used ever.
Yeah, they just
Is that
want to
like the
have
Netflix
something for you
arcade?
to play with that you want to have, but they want the real money is in the device rather than the service.
Here's a good question. Top 5 shows happening right now. How about this? Everyone name one. There's 5 right up here.
Easy one.
I'll say Paradise.
Dexter.
You see, I want to say Daredevil, but that's next week.
Well, then don't say Daredevil. T-Dubs, what are you picking?
Severance.
Severance. What did you get, DJ?
Paradise with Sterling K. Brown.
Mike?
Dexter.
Just wrapped up. That counts, though.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Reacher because it just kicked off and it's just solid. Izzy, what do you got? Give us one.
I'm in between right now.
No,
Not
give us
really watching anything.
Oh, damn.
I'm
Well,
just watching
Dexter just
wrestling.
wrapped up. What was the last good show that you watched? It comes to mind.
Penguin.
What?
Penguin.
Oh, Penguin.
I
Yeah,
thought you
Penguin.
said,
Penguin.
I thought you said Penguin.
I said
like-
Penguin.
I did too. I did too. I was like,
I thought it was like some
what?
anime.
That's Penguin's cousin.
I was
Penguin.
like, Penguin.
Penguin.
He's related to
Penguin was the
Edwin.
last thing I watched. That was really good.
But yeah, I thought that's how I feel. How you said they just want you using their device, like
That's
whether
the-
you're watching
yeah.
Apple or on this, they wanted you on
Apple,
their device
Amazon.
over anything, and that's why they don't care about how their streaming stuff necessarily performs because they make their money selling devices that they have
They don't
like
make money off the
slaves
streaming.
mining for the materials and they're selling for like a 10,000%
Their-
profit margin.
Their
I've
money's
got a
coming
backup
off of
for
their
Izzy.
devices.
Since
That's
Izzy
where the
can't
money
pick one
comes
because
from,
he's
devices.
slow, you know.
T-Dub's coming in with a backup. What do you got?
Invincible.
Invincible. I haven't, man. I fell off after season 2, episode 1, and I haven't gone back yet. I'm
Still
behind.
solid. I mean, it's
Same.
I haven't started.
Yeah, I need to go back and watch it.
Why do y'all think that is? That season 1 was so well received, but so many people didn't just stay with it.
For me, it was the jump in the second season. It kind of throws you off. It's like we end the first season, and the second season, it's like I forget how far we jump into the future because we go to like a whole nother timeline and we see this bad version of it. No, it was just a weird like place to start the season at for me.
Yeah.
Kevin said, "Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man." Durs was telling me.
I agree.
I
Durs-
love Spider-Man
I
so
was
far.
talking to Durs, and he's like, "Dude, it's solid, man. There's blood in it." I'm like, "All right, I'll watch it."
I gotta watch it. It held. I was kind of like Mark. It just held no interest to me visually.
Now, honestly, it reminds me.
It's not the best animation.
No, theirs was
Yeah,
just like
I agree.
theirs was
It's
like,
not the
dude, it's
best
amazing. It came out last week. It's so new. It's amazing.
It's already done.
Yeah, but
It's
Durs
already
No,
also
a lot of
thinks Spawn is the best
people
comic
who have
ever,
watched.
so-
All right, I don't want to say a lot of. All right, of the people that have watched it, I haven't heard anybody say it was garbage. But the thing is, I
No,
just don't think it's drawing anybody in.
Yeah. So
It's one of those things you could tell that if you're into it or not without even watching.
Also,
it.
I think anime is one of those things that people or animated shows are just
Yeah.
something people binge watch. They don't really consider them as like top shows ever. You know, like it's not,
Right. Okay, so comparably, for people that haven't watched it, it's a lot like that original like '96 Spider-Man. I mean, yes, the animation is different, but story-wise, it's kind of a lot similar.
Does it feel random?
No, it
Because
also
your Spider-Man did.
Well, this one actually tells like I mean it starts off at a random spot like and it moves forward past that, but like and it does make sense at the end of the show where it starts off, but like consecutively it tells a great story like episode to episode. But not only that, but like I want to say the bad things. Okay, so it does have some agenda hidden stuff in there because there's a race swap with Dr. Connors. She's a female in this, like. But to me, it didn't like none of that bothered it. I'd say the worst part, if I had to pick a worst part, and for me it was small, but it's what Izzy said. It's the animation. There's a lot of times it looks fantastic, especially when the people are in their suits. But it's when you're looking at their faces and they turn to
The
their
hair.
sides. Yeah,
The hair is terrible.
It is a little weird. Like, but as far as storytelling, the animation that you do get, like the look and design of the, like, I love this version of Doc Ock. It feels like the '60s version and his look and everything.
Does
Like,
Spidey get a suit upgrade at any point in this first season?
He does
Or
a
he's still
lot of
wearing
suits.
Yes,
Dudes, I'm gonna drop. I got a call.
I
Alright,
DJ.
DJ.
I'll talk to you.
He actually goes through like this kind of weird, like they kind of do the same thing with Tony Stark, except not Tony Stark, it's Harry Osborn. So he does the same suit thing that Tony did.
He's
But in
Iron
this-
Man and not Green Goblin.
and he's not Iron Man, but it's the same kind of like he comes in as a mentor for Spider-Man and like helps him with the suits and stuff, and he's like his guy in his eye
Guy
in
to
the
chair.
sky. Mhm. Okay, so the way they do the suits is kind of cool because they homage the comics, because he actually wears the Prometheus suit. He actually wears like they actually go with
All the
he goes
slingers
through-
costumes.
Yeah, he goes through some of his like deep cut like background comic book accurate suits, and the suit that they finally like kind of settle in on is more like it's the white and blue ultimate version before they go back to the red and blue. My whole complaint is, and yes, everybody's trying to tell you that this is a different different universe Spider-Man, but as you watch the show, there's so many ties to the MCU. For me, what this show is
It's an alternate universe of the MCU.
It is.
That's what it is. So
Honest-
it's throughout
Yeah,
the
we don't have
show,
those
they
already.
go back to MCU moments.
If you read an
but without
Elseworld
things.
comic, if you read an Elseworld comic, there's similarities in that world to the main DC
Well,
world.
and the absolute Batman and all. I mean, it's all.
The problem is, I agree with all that. The problem is, this has specific MCU characters in this, which only show up in the MCU. And there's one character specifically I'm
Is it
talking
Darcy?
about. No, it's the guy from Spider-Man, and he's only showing up in the Tom Holland. But it's the guy that's like, "Oh, you're Spider-Man, do a backflip."
Oh,
Why wouldn't it be like that? Just like when you watch any of the MCU What If stuff, there's clear references, characters, places, things
Well,
that
what
are.
if was the
and in-
multiverse touching base on
But,
all?
but this
of
is
it.
this
Spider-Man
Spider-Man show exists in the MCU multiverse.
This Spider-Man is what if.
Yeah, it's just it's an
What
MCU
if?
multiverse.
Well,
Also,
that's
Marvel
what I'm
can't fucking
saying.
help themselves.
But this is
Yeah.
this is my what if on it. This is it. What it looks like at the end is if Doctor Strange did that spell with Spider-Man in the movie that we got, and instead of everybody forgetting that he did Spider-Man, no, this is more like it was a time reversal thing, and it restarts because a lot of it lines up with Tom Holland Spider-Man. It's a young Aunt May. Ben is not shown. Like the comparisons. I mean, the Sokovia Accord is in this. Like it's a functional thing.
I just wish Marvel would have the balls to tell a standalone movie or something again. Like it doesn't. Not everything needs to tie into everything. Like,
Did you see Cap 4?
Not yet. I mean, I know it all ties in. I know it's like.
I was about to say, think of a standalone movie. Now think of the opposite of that.
Yeah, yeah.
No, this
We're gonna
one goes
tie into
back 20
everything.
years.
Yeah, it goes back to the Accords. It goes back to the Eternals.
I know
it
the
goes
hand,
back-
the
it goes back
Celestials,
to
Eternal.
Incredible
I
Hulk.
get it. I know
That's what
that I could probably write the plot without ever having seen the fucking movie,
Mm-hmm.
but
Well, I'll be honest with you. And again, like I'm not saying the movie's not fun. I think it's very important to have to keep reminding that distinction. I don't think you could write this movie, T-Dubs, because when you see it, you'd be like, I would never write this stupid shit anymore. Like there's legitimately some stupid shit in this movie.
yeah,
They
fair enough.
portrayed the
I still
leader.
want to see it. I don't need it to be good. I just need it to be.
No, that's important. Like just that's why I say it, because if in my opinion, if I say it's good and someone goes and watches it, they're going to come out like that wasn't fucking good, because people equate good differently. But pointing out like you can have fun watching a movie that's not good.
Yeah.
But I wish it was better. I wish it was a lot.
I've got a long list of movies I love that are not good, but they're
So
enjoyable.
it goes back to that whole Venom thing. It's entertaining. You know, it's not a good movie, but it's entertaining.
And see, I disagree. I've not seen the third one, but the first two did not entertain me.
Yeah,
So I don't
I'm right
expect me-
there. I'm right there. The third one, by the time that one came around, I was beaten down enough, and the situation when I saw it was right that I just had a good time watching it.
And
Not all of that is
I'm much
credited
more
to
lenient with some of the shit I think than Mark is. Like, I thought The Marvels was an entertaining movie.
I like the Marvels. It was okay.
I felt like offended by the Marvels with how
It's gonna
bad it
be
was.
okay.
And I know that sounds ridiculous, but Like it was, I thought it was like super bad. Like the singing planet, the cringeness of the dialogue. And I know like a lot of the cringeness was supposed to play off as cute maybe or something, but I don't know. It was just, I don't know. Man.
I don't know how they played off each other too.
Is I really like the actress that plays the young Ms. Marvel.
Yeah, what is her name?
Kamala Khan.
Kamala Khan. Yeah.
What's the actress's name?
She was the best part of the movie.
She's the best. Yeah, she's great.
Everyone agrees on that. Yeah,
yeah, she's the best part of the movie.
You can just feel like her happiness. Coming out of that role.
She's fangirl. Bree Cheese that doesn't want to be there, and like,
well, she got like demoted in her own sequel. You know, that was like I wouldn't want to be there either. Like, what am I doing here?
The only Marvel movie that I really truly loathe is Thor 4.
I was thinking the same.
That's a bad movie.
You know how I feel about Thor, and when it comes to the MCU, that's my canary in the coal mine, and I didn't even watch it. I've seen every superhero project that's come out since I was born, and everything since even before I was born, all the way back to the 1940s serials. Seen them all. Will not watch Thor 4 on principle alone.
I really like Thor 3, which is like same director, same. You know, it's like he need to be reined in, and like you fucked up one of Marvel's best villains in the comics in the past 15 years, and you know it's just kind of like.
What do you think they'll do with? Oh, go ahead. I'll let Mike talk on Thor.
I was gonna say I like parts of the Love and Thunder, but you talk about, for me, that's the bottom of the barrel. That like some of the directions, and it's like in the Marvel, like there's for me, there's standalone good parts that feel like the MCU, and then there's parts that just feel like, oh, let's throw some shit at the wall and see how the audience. Because like, for instance, in the Marvels, the whole like cat egg, you know, this is how we're gonna get out of this situation. Like, how do writers even come up with that situation scenario type of thing for that to make it in a movie? And then on top of that, how many people that's you know saw that before we saw it and said, oh, this is a good thing, you know? Like, how many people watched Love and Thunder?
A lot.
And
I
we're
was
like, yeah, this
offended
is
by
a great
Love and
movie.
Thunder. What offended me about Love and Thunder was how much they didn't take the cancer story as serious as they should have. It was
a story.
It was such. They just it's a cancer story in the comic book that's beautifully done, and it's just like a side story that no one really cares about. Oh yeah, she has cancer. Oh, that sucks. And then there was even jokes
kind of
in
agree
it.
on that one. That movie totally was way off.
So
and
it's like
the other story with Gore going a grieving father and taking up his fight against the gods. I mean,
turns
you
into a
talk about
terrifying
God story,
Gore.
right? You don't get to see anything happen.
Yeah.
No, both storylines they met.
But I will say, he did look great.
Sure.
That's what I'm saying. There's fantastic parts.
Like,
listen,
I think
Apocalypse
they
didn't look
look
that
good.
bad in that X-Men movie either, but like that doesn't make it a good movie.
They look good.
Oh,
They
dude,
look
I don't know. I don't understand the disdain for that film. I really enjoy X-Men Apocalypse. Like
I wasn't crazy about that one either.
Like the
I need to rewatch it because like it's been long enough that like
I don't know about that one. I wasn't
I
feeling
just
that one
felt
either.
Apocalypse was underused. Like, yeah, he was in the movie and stuff, and yeah, we saw some. But honestly, like
He didn't feel menacing.
Well, I think I need to reset my scale given how mediocre all the shit's been lately.
Yeah, I'm about to say, and I've said this for a while now. When you go back and watch the stuff from late 90s, early 2000s and everything, like it's no longer watching it with rose-colored glasses. It was for a while when like
that's all we had.
Well, no, I'm saying when you go back and watch it, like when we were hitting on all cylinders through this Infinity Saga, you'd have to go back with rose-colored glasses. But now, like, people say it all the time, no one enjoys a good, you can just say something's good anymore. It's okay for a movie to be just fine. They're not just fine, though. We're actually being accustomed to bad movies and bad films. You go back and watch some of those old ones, you're gonna be like, yo, this is way better than I remembered. I remembered having fun watching it, but this is legitimately better than I remembered. And that's how a lot of them are turning out to be. It's just because the quality of the stuff we've been getting is just tanked. And our expectations are going down. And I don't know.
Do you think that's intentional, though?
No, I think that there's just a lack of talent that's making these things. We're in a weird era. I think the lack of physical media plays a big part in it. They're the way that they go about making these films, the decisions they make, what they think is passable, is changed. Their standards have changed with what they put out, and the product's different.
I think it want to go. I go into the whole Kathleen Kennedy subject with like it depends on who's in charge of like seeing over these scripts and what their view is and what their passion line is of these said franchises. Because I mean, somebody with money and somebody with a passion to make the movie doesn't necessarily equal like making a good movie. I mean, yeah, money does. Yes, of course, you need the
It's
funding,
easy to
but
look, especially as time goes, it's easy to look back on specifically the Star Wars or the Marvel franchise and say, this was the huge misstep. And after this, here's your domino effect. You can go back and look at it. It's blaringly obvious. They were public with decision and directions that they were taking. And you see the direct cause and effect for a lot of stuff with Marvel and Star Wars. For other companies that suffer the same stuff, it's a little bit harder. Like looking at Warner Brothers, you can see where not letting your creators create stuff that you heavily invested in didn't get the reaction you wanted. And then it became a jumbled mess, like the Snyderverse not having the feedback that they wanted. They got nervous and started changing stuff, and it got disjointed. And then it was just a snowball effect. And like having a disjointed stuff coming out next to the wildly successful at the time MCU Infinity Saga just made it worse and a farther divide. But in terms of Star Wars, they turned their back on the fans. It's straight up plain and simple.
Well, they started on a high point.
With who?
The high point being The Force Awakens. I'm not saying it's a great movie, but that was the high point. That's their high point.
Yeah, like blind. Going in blind, you're guaranteed financial success.
Yeah.
When they started their streaming and their series, they started with high points.
Yeah, Mandalorian was fine, but then they started watering down the product.
They had a lot of high points. I mean, the first high point is them actually being acquired by Marvel, because I can remember that moment. And you're talking about at a time there was, I mean, we had months of talk of Star Wars being gone forever because, I mean, they were going bankrupt. And, you're talking about when Marvel stepped in.
Yeah, there's never a scenario where any of this stuff is ever gone. It's just a scenario of who has it in their hand, drops it.
I think The Last Jedi was one of the first signs of, something's wrong.
And I legit like that movie.
I like parts,
but it's a very controversial movie.
I mean, I don't think it's perfect, but I like it was the first like crack in the Jedi armor in any of the movies, and I think it was needed. And
are we talking about the second one in the sequel trilogy right now, where Leia flies through space, where Luke dies from meditating?
Yeah,
Ryan Johnson.
I mean, it had its problems, but.
Like him drinking the titty milk out of that full-grown man.
That was not a problem. That was a solution.
The Canto Bright casino scene.
Yeah, he was thirsty. That was a solution.
The casino scene I thought was fun to watch, but that it had no purpose.
Yeah, but at least
it's a great scene, but it does.
Force Awakens was just a fucking copy of the original, and that was the problem.
It was.
At least The Last Jedi tried to do something different, and then they ignored it again for the third one. That last trilogy is such a hot mess because it's so inconsistent across the board.
But the first one they regurgitated the whole story, right? It's literally the whole story done all over, right? But it was enough for people to say, I enjoyed that a lot, and it's taking us to it's taking us to where we want to go. Where The Last Jedi,
people walked out of it the day of saying, I can't believe they just did that, but I still want to see where we're going with this.
Yeah. Last Jedi was their attempt, Ryan Johnson's attempt to trying something new with it. And really, the fan base was like, "No, we don't want this to go the last way." Daisy Ridley is the one that suffered the most out of it. Actually, the girl that what's her name?
Rose.
Yeah. That girl, she got it bad.
I think like some of the biggest missteps was there was clearly infighting, between J.J. Abrams and the infighting is what put it. J.J. didn't give them. They didn't have any notes or anything on which direction he was going. So they had to look at the Force Awakens and just make
figure out where he was going.
They're like, yo, let's kill Snoke. Let's build up this mysterious villain, and we'll just kill him as soon as you see him, because that's what. Like, there was no villain in this whole thing.
That was terrible. The whole Snoke.
And they wasted Kylo Ren badly.
Yeah. You just
That's
wasted
the
Adam
biggest.
Driver.
That's the biggest
What?
misstep. Was it's not like I wouldn't say it's Ryan Johnson's
Saturday
fault
Night
or
Live
JJ.
handled Kylo Ren better than Disney.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did.
The what was
that
it? The
episode.
undercover boss episode.
Patton Oswalt told a better story in 9 minutes on Parks and Rec than they did in the entire trilogy.
Yeah, but you know, Disney went wrong at The Force Awakens. They went wrong neglecting established lore. And I know, like, you have the flip side of that is, well, they get to establish the lore. True. But you have a problem now that there's other established lore. And this is
They were just too scared to tell a new story in that one. And that's the problem.
Yeah,
too.
they could do the unthinkable. They can get all this young staff of hip people that they have working for them to read a book, read a few books, understand the franchise, figure out why this franchise has survived and thrived for decades without an excess amount of new material. It's an existing universe that people like, and you're just going to ignore it and say, I know better than this. Mm-hmm. So that it was dead on arrival, despite like these crazy financial hits. That's coming from people's place of hope, trying to go, maybe I'll like this one. Maybe this will be good. And it's a hypercritical fan base. But look what's happening with Lord of the Rings. Same thing. Mega franchise. Successful. Even if you never release another movie for the dawn of time.
Everyone hates the new thing on Amazon. So.
Everyone hates it, don't they?
Yeah.
They hate it. You ignored the lore. You tried to make something without the ability to make it legally. You don't have the ability to make what you want to make, and you're trying to work within the crack. It's not working. But because they have Oprah money, they don't care. They can just keep making it. They'll build a small audience, call it a win, and keep moving on. Marvel, their problems are crazy. Y'all, like, deep internet searches help a lot these days. Like when me and T-Dubs talked about this, because of algorithms are built to help your experience online, it's hard to go back and get news and interviews and stuff from 15 years ago because it's not common.
And they also, like anything that gets served to you, it's confirmation bias because they show you things that they think you want to see already, and so like, to reinforce your existing opinion or whatever, go down to serve you the ads they want to serve. It's all about serving ads and money. But
it's like everything comes from the website imright.com. But if you just try to go back and do some deep internet searches, you can see that Disney acquired Marvel for a very singular purpose. For as long as they've been around, they have been top of the food chain for kids entertainment, primarily young girls. With a Disney princess line, with all these movies, you'd get into Aladdin every now and then, or a Hercules or a Tarzan through the 90s, which that's when they started expanding out more into like movies that the young boys might be into and stuff. But they acquired Marvel because they wanted
the boys.
They wanted the young male kids and younger audience boys. We got the girls. We got them all the way to adulthood, and then they start bringing their kids to the parks, and then they start buying their kids.
Have just acquired the Catholic Church.
Yeah. But buying Marvel was to get the other half of the demographic they were missing. And they did it. They did it successfully. Kids dressing up, all this and that. But as soon as they got to a certain place, for whatever reason, the powers that be thought, well, we got a lot of people watching the Marvel stuff. We need to get the girls watching the Marvel stuff. And it was a very public decision for them to make, to start shifting everything to a female-based audience. That's why they pushed to get the Hawk Girl out. They pushed to get She-Hulk out. They pushed to get Jane Foster out. They pushed Riri at this point. They've, instead of recasting Black Panther, we'll do Riri. Like, if you look, they've literally just moved over to all female characters, and it absolutely tanked their brand because the audience wasn't a built-in female audience. You have female fans, just like when you go to a comic shop or a Comic-Con or anywhere else where you see a representation of the demographic of comic books. It's not 50-50. They lost touch with their paying audience. That's a good one, Rob. Exactly. Perfect example. So let's look at it. In the Superman movie, you have Superman, Mr. Terrific, Green Lantern, Maxwell Lord, Lex Luthor. Well, let's just stop there. Hawk Girl, 5-1. 5-1. That's probably a pretty accurate representation of the fan base. Oh, Metamorpho, 6-1. If we get Mercy Graves in there, possibly as Lex's assistant, 6'2", and that's not a superhero, but
yeah, same thing with Lois.
If you look at the ratio in action figures. Todd McFarlane caught all kinds of hell when he says, "No, you said Hawk Girl for Marvel." Oh, that was still a great example that you pulled up there. But Hawkeye, Hawk Girl. What's her name? What does she call herself?
Hawkeye.
She just calls herself Hawkeye?
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of that Flash family doing that either. This is the Flash. Well, who's that?
That's
the Flash. Well,
it's
who's
like
that?
calling It's like calling Connell Superman.
He's Superboy.
Or all
But it's
Robins.
You remember how much heat McFarlane got?
Except for Red Robin.
When they
But
asked
yet
why he didn't
Robin.
make more female toys, he said because they don't sell. You go into the boys aisle to get boy toys, and they don't sell as much. And people are like, "There's no boy aisle, there's no girl aisle. Anyone can buy." Well, yeah, anybody can buy anything, but that's not how reality manifests. Little girls tend to lean toward dolls and Barbies and stuff like that. Little boys tend more toward action figures. Boys and girls don't even interact and play with toys the same way. And it turns out you go to any Ollie's. This is a great example. Go to any Ollie's and look what's in their action figure section. And you'll find all the Sue Storm figures. You'll find all the Leia action figures. You'll find all the Riri Williams action figure. You'll find all the female characters from boy toy lines, predominantly boy toy lines. It's very reflective. So Disney lost the plot when they tried to unbalance that balance they had. That was a huge misstep on their part. They might be fixing it now. We'll see. Daredevil's coming. That's the first test. Let's see what they got.
It just feels like one push to another. And like, I agree, we were going to this all-female movement. Now it's like we're going to the young movement. Like, for me, it's just one push to the next.
Yeah. Trying new things is fine, but you gotta remember where the baseline is to make the money and stuff.
Just give me good stories. That's all I want.
Same.
I don't care. I don't care who's doing what. As long as the story is good, that matters to me.
Those Netflix first couple, like this first season of Jessica Jones and the 2 seasons of Daredevil, spot on. Like spot on.
I like the Punisher as well. I think Iron Fist was the only weak link in the chain. I mean, obviously some seasons are better than others with the other stuff, but
Iron Fist and then the Defenders, because it wasn't great either, but it's still better than a lot of the stuff now.
Jessica Jones,
too short.
First of all, Jessica Jones was so good, especially David Tennant as the Purple Man. Best villain they've ever made.
Yeah. That show really was amazing. You need a good villain to have anything good in a superhero movie.
He's the type of villain I want to see again.
Yeah, that's what brings the hero his story arc. That's what happened with Star Wars. We didn't have a villain. Remember, like they built up Snoke, then dropped him off, and then they just throw the Emperor in.
And somehow Palpatine came back. Yeah,
he is Snoke all of a sudden.
Yeah,
like what?
Well, I had Kingpin for Daredevil. Like Kingpin. When I first heard it was going to be Vincent D'Onofrio, I was like, "What the fuck are they doing?" But he nailed Kingpin.
Can you imagine if they CG'd Kingpin for the Disney stuff, like with the big wide body and the little head?
Yes,
made him look like he does in the animated movie.
Holy shit! Did y'all see what happened with the Into the Spider-Verse franchise?
It's been delayed again.
2029 projected release year.
For the follow-up
for part 3, the finale.
Part 2? Jesus.
Yeah.
I've given up.
I don't know what Sony's thinking. That's their best movie, and they can't get it right.
Well, it's a combination of things. You have the animation department is having challenges. A couple of their stars have had controversies that they're trying to get away from, which I'm not
aware of. Man. I get all that stuff.
It definitely does matter.
It doesn't matter because you do the same stupid move that you just did, where you're promising something and you're not ready to deliver on it. So you said it's gonna come out this year. It's supposed to have come out last year.
You know what's gonna be crazy is all these. This sounds terrible. Like, and I don't agree with this, but it's just a reality. These animators that are complaining and not X, not Y, not Z, by 2029, you won't be needed. Because since the first Spider-Verse film, they were already using, if you watch special features, they were already using what they call learning machines, but what's commonly known as AI.
Yeah, they were using
to do
AI.
a lot of the animating. And we know how far AI has gone in just the past couple of years. Think of where it's going to be by 2028 when they're piecing this together. Like,
well, if they would have been able to make Spider-Man, the last one, the last animated movie, to Austin's point, they probably wouldn't have to have made, you know,
They should have done the smart
the other
thing and
movies.
had both parts finished before they released
yeah,
it.
Yeah,
we should have Richard Donnered it.
Yeah.
You know, they should have
Peter Jackson
been
had that
already
voice.
planning ahead, because from what I know, they don't even have a story.
Mm-mm.
How could you leave us in a cliffhanger like that and not even have a story prepared for it?
And full rewrites were part of the delays as well. They have a laundry list of things that are happening that are affecting this film. I think licensing wise, they'll be more than fine because they have other stuff happening.
Yeah.
They keep that Spider-Man license rocking and rolling.
But
we have
it's not the quality. This is not a quality issue.
Yeah, it's just
really not a quality issue. The quality is already there. It's the fact that you as a studio made the decision that you're going to give us something that you yourself don't know what it is. And you made the promise, we're going to have this ready by then. I'm fine with a year delay, but you're talking about multi-year delay for a movie that is waiting for a part 2. Part 3, really. You left us off that cliff there. You told us to come back for the last part. And now you don't even have it ready. You don't even know what it is.
I've been waiting for Masters of the Universe Part 2 for I don't know how long.
You're still waiting, right? For
you see the live action teaser photos
I did.
of He-Man's nipple and
His
hilt of the sword.
Yeah,
It's a
I don't know what
bold
to think about this movie.
I don't either. Because
this
what
movie
I've
has me-
heard it's gonna be like Masters of the Universe. It's supposed to be. It starts in the real world supposedly, and we're gonna see like a couple people. Like honestly, it sounds a mix of the Matrix with the Masters of the Universe.
I didn't like
Because
the second one. I love the first one.
Second
they're gonna be. They're going to be in the real world and sucked into Eternia or something like
So
that.
I'm just going to rewatch the Dolph Lundgren one, which I love. But this one, I don't think the second one was bad. I file that under.
I like the second one a lot.
My issue with it was just the animation style, and I blame that on my age. Like it was one of those experiences where I could tell like the motion and the movement and the design. It was actually like it was messing with my experience very badly. Yeah.
So I like the cast that they have for Masters of the Universe. I think everybody
Jared Leto
looks
Skeletor.
amazing. Everybody's great.
I love Jared Leto.
I do too.
Mora,
But
what's her name? What's her name? Mora, the one Deadpool's girlfriend.
Yeah,
Mora.
I like her girlfriend. That's what we call her.
Oh, she's gorgeous. That's a gorgeous
she
woman.
is.
She's the sorceress. I'm in. You know, I'm in. And they got
Who wanted to
Alison
play
Brie.
Evil Lynn in the original movie?
I don't even remember, but I know
With
Alison Brie as Evil
with those
Lynn.
blue
Perfect
eyes,
too.
man. What actress was that? Was it something Foster? Who played Evil Lynn?
I tried to get that movie out of my brain. The movie
No, I
was-
love Masters of the Universe.
That movie was bad.
It was bad.
But I will
love it.
admit, Donald Lundgren, man, he
say
had maybe
Donald?
Did he say Donald
party,
Lundgren?
man.
Donald.
Dolph.
Donald Lundgren.
It's Dolph. It's Dolph, right? Like you said,
It's
Donald.
not short.
Listen, I just want a live action Robotech series.
Oh,
Yeah,
that'd
me
be
too.
cool.
I'm watching Robotech.
That
right
might
now.
happen someday.
Hey, that just
I'm
reminded me.
three
Remember
episodes
last year,
away
Mike?
from
They
you.
announced a new live action RoboCop series was in development. I
They
think for
did.
Amazon.
They did.
They did.
Gundam. I know Gundam is coming out. They're making Gundam.
I think
They
leaning
are.
into the 80s is our next big phase. You know, like all this pop culture stuff comes in phases. We had like that 5-year
Nostalgia.
period where everyone was making prequels, you know, like
Yep.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre at the beginning, and just all these different prequels were popular. And now it's like we're really leaning into the 80s.
awaited. No,
I
now
think
it's
we're
long
going
awaited
to be going into the
sequels.
90s.
Yeah,
pretty
we're in the belly of the beast for the long awaited sequels, right?
Because now it's like everybody. I forget.
You had
'cause, I mean,
Avatar, Maverick.
okay, that one was a success, but there
Those are
hasn't been
both
a lot.
long awaited sequels.
Beetlejuice.
Yeah,
They're
that's
doing
another one.
Goonies, they're doing
Twist.
Goonies too.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, they're doing Goonies too.
They never say die.
Gremlins is supposed to be coming out too. They're supposed to be doing Gremlins.
Yeah, and I followed that under the 80s too, though. Like the 80s seem to be like 80s. Because I've read a bunch of stuff and heard people talking about how studios aren't willing to gamble right now, and they don't want to touch anything that's an original IP. They only want to invest in stuff. They only want to invest with stuff that has built-in fan bases.
Yeah. The only IP they can't touch. The only IP they can't touch is Back to the Future.
Oh, that's crazy. They made a Jaws little golden book a while back.
Yeah.
We got
they cannot touch the Back to the Future franchise.
We got Rick and Morty.
Well, Zemeckis said he would never allow it. So
yeah.
I got a question about that. You know, the whole DeLorean is contingent on the flux capacitor moving at 88 miles per hour.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't someone just hold it in their hand and shake it really fast in time travel?
How fast could you masturbate? Jesus.
I'm well practiced. But have y'all thought about that? How fast do you think you can really move your hand?
Yeah, but you also need the plutonium. There's the plutonium aspect too.
That in your left hand.
So you want to get charged up
to a train. They did attach it to a train, so
yeah, they attach it to anything.
It's not necessarily the vehicle. It's really so I mean, if you can get a shake weight,
yeah, you just count. Fast. You count while you're going, and that's the year you end up in. Shake weight for the win. Yeah, well practiced. That's just time travel practice. That's all that is.
How did they get the train to do it? Oh no, it wasn't the train. The train was the meat of speed.
They had the car on there.
The car was
the train, but when they got the DeLorean out, Doc Brown, what's her name? God, what was her name? Was it Ellie or something? No, Claire. Doc Brown, Claire, and their kids Jules and Vern show up in a train. Like because he figured it out. Fitted and broke the code or whatever to get the actual train to do it.
Yeah, he
the
figured
train
out.
Was flying and shit. It was like
there's not random reasons there won't be a part 4.
And there was a Back to the Future cartoon as well. That was another one that had a 90s cartoon. McDonald's had some great toys, even the little train toy.
Yeah, I remember the cartoon.
I have the game.
The comic
the Marty toy came on his hoverboard and like a little, like it was in a cloud, so you can pull it back and let it go to roll.
They did the Broadway show and it tanked.
I'd imagine so. All right, guys, I gotta hop. It's 11:45. I gotta go pick up Monkey from school. They're sitting in that car line for hours.
Thanks, everybody.
I appreciate everybody hopping on. Come hang out tonight on In the Mix at 9:00 on DJ Lynx's channel. We'll be there shooting the shit. He gives stuff away. He's been giving away gift cards to Midtown Comics. So
is today the big giveaway for him?
It might be. It's the last day of the month. I guess. So he's giving away the first Silver Age appearance of the Riddler for channel members over there. And that means I got to get the list ready because Sunday we'll be doing the channel member giveaway over here. So hit that join button. And
just put my name on both lists. That's all you need. And
just make sure you're in the Legion tier. Got some old Silver Age Captain America. First Falcon is Captain America.
Nice.
All kinds of cool stuff. But that's going to do it. Peace.
Later.